Folks 28. And we're being live streamed, and our host will be here in just a moment. We're just getting some technical bits and bobs going. All right. Looks like we're all good on YouTube. And then Mike, if you wanted to make me host, and then I'll make Kathy co-host again, then we'll be all good to go.
And if folks joining now want to put in where they're calling from or watching from, where are you guys? Always great for us to know.
Yeah.
Where you're joining from.
Dr. Keaton, good to see you again. Okay, I'm going to go on mute, and Kathy is going to take the show.
All right. Well, good morning, everyone. Thank you for joining us. We'll start the slideshow in a couple of minutes. And in the meanwhile, I just start early so that people know that they're in the right place. In fact, I know I always am nervous when I go to a Zoom thing and I'm not comfortable knowing that I'm actually in the right spot. So we just wanted to join a little bit early, and we'll start the slideshow just a couple of minutes now. So Dr. Keaton, we saw you were online yesterday. I hope you enjoyed it. And let's see, I wonder where people are from, or if you want to tell us what's, if you have a native garden, what's blooming in your garden now. I'm not going to type, but I will tell you what's blooming in my garden just to keep the conversational ball rolling. Here in sunny San Pablo, well, the buckeye that I'm looking at right now is putting up these like gorgeous flower stalks. They're just tall and slender, but they're really pretty and so interesting to watch a buckeye, just come back to life in spring. I have aquatic monkey flower, which is yellow in the pond, and orange monkey flower, the terrestrial one, in my back garden, yellow-eyed grass in damper areas, blue-eyed grass, tough plant growing up in dry, sunny areas. Beautiful electric yellow buttercups are in flower in a few places in my garden. The lavender gilia are just starting to come into flower, and they're really fun, pretty. Miner's lettuce with its little tiny diminutive white flowers is spread all over the garden, and it's in blossom right now. Let me think if there's, the bee plant. I love the bee plant, and so do the bees and wasps. It's really fun watching them. I'm curious to know, for those of you who care to join the chat, if you were with us yesterday or if you're with us for the first time today, just so we can kind of see who our audience is. And Teresa Countryman, welcome. I've seen you register a couple of times.
Yeah, Teresa was on yesterday and chatting along. Yeah, the bee plant, Kathy, I have a large patch of it. It's really neat. It also is okay in shade and sun. I'm still waiting to see some checker spot butterflies, because I know that's the plant the caterpillars feed on. And I'm always turning leaves, looking for leaf damage. Very welcome in my yard. Haven't yet.
I have been out scouting for the checker spots,
right?
Checker spots, because I have bee plant in a few different patches in my yard, and they're kind of significant. So I've been out. I know that Mei Chen has been seeing them in the Berkeley Hills, so I've been looking for mine too. And I know she recently saw a caterpillar on coyote brush. I haven't been to inspect. There's one across the street from us, and I haven't been over to inspect it, but I'm going to be looking there too.
Yeah, it's fun going caterpillar hunting. Hello, Barbara from Thousand Oaks. Nice. One of our more distanced viewers. A lot of folks from the Bay Area.
So, Jessica, do you think we should maybe run the pre-program slides now?
Is the audio coming through?
Not hearing it yet.
Sorry about that. That'll be my one free error of the day. All the rest will cost me. Let's see.
Yeah,
Sharing.
that's how we get the tour funded. Not.
Well, good morning, everyone, and welcome to the Bringing Back the Natives Garden Tour. Hope you enjoyed the pre-program event. So this is our 19th annual Native Garden Tour. It's our 4th online tour, and the second time we've added a Green Home Features showcase to this program. I'm your tour coordinator, Kathy Kramer, and I'll be your host today. And we're also happy that you can join us. It's been nice to see people logging in. I saw my sister, Peggy, from Los Angeles, and Janet Flint. Welcome. Happy to have you here. So I'd like to begin by thanking the team that made this event possible. First, my husband, who is also our IT guy for the day.
Hi, folks.
And he'll be helping us out, and I'm sure you'll be seeing him drift in and out of my screen. And I'd like to thank our Jessica Dickinson Goodman, who has been our Zooms arena the last few years, and we're in excellent hands with Jessica. If you have any problems or questions, you can call or text her at 650-804-9044. I'd like to thank Stephanie, dear friend and colleague, who's helped to get all the online tours organized since we began in the pandemic in 2020. I'd like to thank our garden ambassadors. In addition to Stephanie and Jessica, we have today Barbara Leitner, Kelly Marshall, Robin Mitchell, Hope Salzer, to answer questions for you. So if you have any questions or comments, you can pop them into the chat, either on Zoom or YouTube. And they'll be answering questions online, and also we'll be taking some of them on the program as we go through it. I'd like to thank John Timothy for doing our post-production work, and he'll be putting these videos up onto the YouTube channel. You can subscribe to the Bringing Back the Native Tours YouTube channel to be notified when new videos are uploaded. Thank you to Saxon Holt for providing these beautiful photographs for some of the gardens today. I'd like to thank map maker Stephanie McKenna for making our beautiful maps this year. For the first time, we have these interactive maps. So as you drive around in your car, you'll be able to click on a garden name or click on the map, and information will pop up about that garden. And then for those of you like me who like print, there's the printed map on the upper right. So that's a super nice addition to the tour this year. We're really grateful to Stephanie for working on those maps. About 200 hosts and volunteers make this event possible. And actually, we do still need volunteers. So if you would like to help us out, you can go to the Bringing Back the Native Garden Tours website and fill out the registration form again, even if you already registered, and volunteer to be a greeter or a garden assistant on either Saturday, May 6th or Sunday, May 7th. If you would remember to thank the hosts and volunteers when you're out on the garden tour day, they all work very hard to be there to answer your questions and help you with your own native plant gardens. I'd like to thank our major sponsors, the Alameda County Flood Control and Water Conservation District, the Clean Water Program, Alameda County, the Contra Costa Clean Water Program, and the Contra Costa Water District for supporting the tour. Without their base funding, it wouldn't be possible to run this event. I'd also like to thank the many other funders who make this event possible. It takes a lot to put on a tour like this, more than a year. And it requires support from a lot of different organizations, from government agencies, from local businesses, from nonprofits, and also from people like you who are watching the program and participating in it. Some logistics. The in-person tour will take place on Saturday, May 6th and Sunday, May 7th from 10 to 5. There are 35 gardens in the Bayside tour. That means from Pinole to Fremont. They're open on Saturday the 6th, and about 15 gardens from Martinez to Livermore, including Moraga and Orinda, will be open on Sunday, May the 7th. An email with a link to the addresses and maps for the in-person tours will be sent out in the last week in April. Please check your spam box if you don't find this email in your inbox by the last week in April. This program is being recorded, and it will be posted on the tour's YouTube channel for viewing in the future. Subscribe to the channel to be notified when new videos are posted. So this morning we'll be visiting gardens in Orinda, Berkeley, and Oakland. And then we'll see a preview of the gardens that will be open on Sunday, May 7th. And following that, we'll hear a talk on how to select native shrubs by our very own Pete Bayou, the owner of East Bay Wilds. In the afternoon, Stephanie Preugel will be describing how and why to create a rain garden. We'll hear a talk on keystone species for shady areas by Jennifer Durkeen. And I don't know if you caught Jennifer's talk yesterday on keystone species for sunny areas, but she just did a terrific job with creating these keystone species cards and talking about the best plants for your garden. So I hope you can stay with us for that. Let's see. Then there's a presentation on lupins. It's what's happening in the tiny world in our garden when we're not really watching. There's also a talk on how to select native street trees by arborists Lawrence Abbott and Brute Desmarais. And there's a great list of California native street trees on the Bringing Back the Native Garden Tour website. It's under the Doug Tallamy section. It's a new edition. And if you're interested in a native street tree, I hope you'll look at that list, which Brett made up. We'll end the day with a video tour of Al Kite's beautiful garden in Moraga. We will be asking speakers and hosts to answer questions during their presentation session and to join you online and respond to your questions in writing after their presentation is over. If you should have any comments or questions, you can type them to YouTube and Zoom. So if you enjoyed the tour yesterday, if you've enjoyed it in the past, if you expect to enjoy it today, we hope that you'll support us. We rely on donations from viewers to keep offering these programs. It takes more than a year to coordinate each garden tour. And last year and this, when we've had both the online and the in-person tour, have really been challenging. It's a lot of work. So we hope you'll find it worth supporting. In addition to this online tour, the in-person tour is a 2-day event this year with 55 gardens open. And finally, we've added a new Green Home Features component to both the online and the in-person tour. This year, 20 homes with native plant garden stops are also featuring their green home attributes, such as heat pump water heaters, heat pumps for heating and cooling the house, solar panels and batteries, induction ranges, and more. I know when my husband and I were getting ready to do our home remodel and trying to figure out what stove, what induction range to get, and who would put on our solar panels and which contractor would install our heat pump, and did we want a ducted system or a ductless system? We really wanted to go and meet with people who had already installed these features and talk to them and see what they look like and see how noisy the heat pumps were and so on. And so this is your chance to do that too. And I'm also delighted to note that 4 of the homes you'll be able to go into. So those are marked on the Bringing Back the Garden Tours webpage. Under View the 23 Gardens, you can see they say Green Home Features, if it's one of the 20 gardens with them to share. And the 4 that you can enter have big capital, come on inside. So you can see which ones you can go inside and check those features out indoors. We hope you enjoy this year's expanded tour. Garden Tour hosts Ann Chambers and Ed McAlpin have generously offered a $500 challenge grant if those funds can be matched with donations from viewers. If you haven't yet had the chance to contribute, please help us by making a donation now. You can do so via the donations button on the tour's homepage at bringingbackthenatives.net, through Venmo at Bringing Back the Natives, or you can mail us a check. The Orinda Bookstore, Orinda Books, has again made the tour a great offer. You can purchase any of the following books from Orinda Books, and a portion of the proceeds will be donated to the tour. You'll also be supporting Orinda Books, a local small business. In this case, the small business is owned by longtime garden tour host Pat Rudebush, whose lovely native plant garden in Orinda you may have visited in the past. You can call Orinda Books at 925-254-7606, or you can order online at Orinda Books. So the benefit books this year, the most exciting new book is a book by Doug Tallamy. It's Nature's Best Hope for middle school students or middle school children. So purchase this book and help the children in your life take positive action to help the wildlife in their own gardens. There's also his own most recent book for adult, The Nature of Oaks, which discusses one of the most important species of the plant kingdom, the oak tree. Tallamy suggests that if you can do only one thing in your garden, you should plant an oak, and this book tells you why. Then there's his bestsellers, Nature's Best Hope and Bringing Nature's Home. In addition to Doug's book, there are 4 other California-specific books that you might be interested in. Designing California Native Plant Gardens, The Plant Community Approach to Artful Ecological Designs by Al Ray Middlebrook and Glenn Keeter. Garden Allies, which is a really interesting book on the insects and other animals in our gardens by Frédéric Lavapuère. Native Plant Gardening for Birds, Bees, and Butterflies in Northern California by George Oxford Miller, or California Native Gardening, a month-by-month guide by Helen Popper. If you forget these titles, you can just call Arenda Books and ask them which books they have made available for us with the benefit to the tour. So we'd like to thank our sponsor, Native Here Nursery, which grows locally native plants in Alameda and Contra Costa counties, for supporting the tour. Native Here is an all-volunteer project of the California Native Plant Society's East Bay chapter. It's dedicated to growing plants from ethically collected seed and cuttings from Alameda and Contra Costa counties. And this is so interesting because it's the only place that you can go to buy plants that are locally native to Alameda and Contra Costa counties. You can go there and look by area and find a plant that really came from Berkeley or Walnut Creek or the Fremont area or El Sprante, and really to be restoring locally, genetically local species to our areas. You can visit Native Here online at nativeherenursery.org for information about gardening with local native plants, order plants for curbside pickup, or learn what hours you can shop in person. You can contact them through their website or call 510-549-0211 with questions or to volunteer. And I know that our upcoming host, Barbara, has been an active volunteer with Native Here Nursery for a long time. We'd like to thank professional videographer Rachel Steyer for volunteering to make the video of Barbara Leitner's garden that we're about to see. If you know how to make videos and can volunteer to make a video of a garden for next year's tour, I hope you'll email us. The time to start filming and taking still photos is now, when the gardens are looking their best. We'd love to introduce you to a native plant gardener near your home and feature your work in the 2024 tour. And we're so grateful to Rachel for helping us when we needed it. So move on now to visit Barbara and Phil Leitner's garden in Orinda. You can visit this garden yourself on Sunday, May the 7th during the in-person Bringing Back the Natives garden tour. The Leitners have a mature local native plant garden. This garden has a meadow in a sunny area. It's bordered by mature oaks and an oak woodland understory. They have seen 43 species of birds in or above their garden. On the green home front, the Leitners have a plug-in hybrid car, solar panels, and more recently they installed a heat pump for whole house heating and cooling. Barbara notes that one of their most cost-effective actions has been to ensure their house was adequately insulated. To that end, they added attic insulation. They recently replaced their windows with more energy-saving dual-pane windows, and they had an energy audit to detect air leaks. You can ask them about any of their green home features. So let's go now and welcome Barbara Leitner. Let me see, I think I have a few photos. Let me just share my photos if I could. So Barbara Leitner's very welcoming porch. This is a native grape arbor that's over the porch. In the video, you can see that it had lost its leaves, but this is what it looks like when it's fully leafed out. And you can see her native grasses at the bottom and some ferns. And this is sitting on the porch. This was taken some years ago, but looking out at the street and her garden, which was new at that time. And now I'll back up. And so now we'll bring on Barbara. Welcome, Barbara, to the tour. So shall we launch right into the video and then take questions afterward? Okay, let's do that.
Hi, I'm Barbara Leitner. Welcome to my garden. This garden is a celebration of native plants in the San Pablo Creek watershed, Contra Costa County, California. It's a small watershed, but there's a lot of biodiversity here.
The goal of my garden was to celebrate the native plant diversity of my watershed, San Pablo Creek, and to celebrate it in a pleasing arrangement. San Pablo Creek is not a large watershed. It drains into the North San Francisco Bay. It's 41 square miles. So choosing plants exclusively from the watershed, I've been told, was a limited palette, but there must be a couple dozen tree species, and there must be several dozen shrub species, and probably a couple hundred herbs of various kinds, and grasses. That seems like plenty to me, because this is just a small garden. It's 100 feet by 40 feet, maybe, the front yard. In the course of gardening, one can put more plants into a small space than grow in nature. That's one of the pleasures of gardening, and a special privilege too. So the garden was never intended to be a restoration project. It was never intended to be just the plants that would grow on this spot of land back 300 years ago. It's just an opportunity to, for me to enjoy and get to know better these couple of dozen native plant species that grow around where I live. And of course that has benefits to wildlife. I'm a little oasis of native plants in a suburban neighborhood. So we moved in '94. The first major redesign was quite a bit later. It was in 2007. So the whole lower level was lawn, and there were these tortured, box shrubs that were right up against the house, those lollipop-looking shrubs. And the area above that low retaining wall was the 50s veg of choice, juniper, that low-growing juniper stuff that rats love. And within that was a deciduous kind of magnolia tree, which was quite pretty. Over close to the driveway, there was a beautiful, large blue spruce, which is, that's like a northern forest kind of species. So obviously it needed a great deal of care to live in this dry, sunny climate. The landscape architect I worked with is named David Bigham. He works in the East Bay, and he specializes in native plant gardens. It was a great pleasure and honor to work with him. Even though I might be more familiar than many with the native plants around here, arranging them in a pleasing and practical way is beyond my knowledge and skill. So I was very happy to work with a trained person. He designed this garden with an eye to viewpoints. That is, where would a typical observer stand and look at the sweep of vegetation, and how can that vegetation be arranged in a pleasing way. He also, just in general, had a sort of sweep of size and texture and so on from the house to the street. The largest vegetation is out by the street. Then there's a strip of moderate to fairly large shrubs that also follow a sort of a strip away from the house. And then bordering that was a medium-sized row of shrubs and then some tall grasses. And then coming in closer to the house was this herb and grass-dominated meadow. He also gave me this area that he called Big Bird, which we refer to as the triangle, but it's at one end of the meadow, and from most places where humans would see it, it's kind of like, oh, there's something else different down there. Let's go take a look. So we'll talk about some different zones in the garden that have different plantings. They were put together with the idea of plants that will do well in those conditions. But I'm going to start farthest from the house and come in closer to the house. So we'll start with the parking strip. The row of decorative rocks were put in quite some time ago, just created a little bit of a boundary and they've been a lot of fun. We live just a couple of doors away and across the street from an elementary school. You just wouldn't believe how many kids found it irresistible to hop along those rocks on their way to school. They liked it. I don't see too much of that now, but we get more interest from passing dogs now because we seem to encourage so much wildlife that this is a place to stop and kind of see what's going on. Our neighbors also tell us that we have a lot of birds. What I'd like to say to them is, you can do this too. On the outer side of the rocks is some Douglas iris. That's Iris Douglassiana. That was just an extra addition. It wasn't part of the garden design, but it was a shady place, and irises like a little shade. So I just tucked them in next to some of the larger rocks, and they seem to be pretty happy there. On the inside of the rocks is a row, in the shadier places, a row of redberry, Rhamnus crocea, which is a plant that it can get to be a large-ish shrub, but it's very finely textured leaves and has remained fairly small in this under these site conditions. Also in there were some plants that were put in when it was a sunnier place, some California sage, Artemisia californica. Artemisia californica and the monkey flower, Mimulus, have done okay, but more so in the sunnier parts of that strip. So that's fine. We have happier redberry in certain shady places and happier California sage and monkey flower in the sunnier places. And that's fine. They both produce an effect of a sort of medium-sized shrub. Just in the interior from that, I'm working on trying to develop a very definite strip of what's known as yampa. That's the common name, Peridoridia callagii. That's an herbaceous perennial in the carrot family. It's a host plant, larval food plant, shall I say, for the Anis swallowtail butterfly. So in order to get a population of Anis swallowtails here, I'm going to need an awful lot of Peridoridia. But it's a pleasant plant. It goes dormant. It's really dormant for much of the year. Here in March, it's just beginning to show. So my hope is I'm going to have hundreds of them, and maybe some butterflies too. So back in the days when the parking strip was very sunny, I had a little fun with something else. California fuchsia is a great summer plant because it flowers so late. The hummingbirds love it. It likes the sun. It likes rocks. If you find it in nature, it's almost always in sunny rocks. And so I tried planting some of that. It was very happy and continues to do well where it's sunny. So another success story and a lot of fun. So interior from that is what I'm going to call the shrub and tree area. And it's quite a variety of plantings, but the idea is that this is the tallest and kind of woodiest section of the garden. In effect, it's the farthest from the house. These trees don't really interact with the house, or they create their own shade and so on, but they're out a little ways from the house, which is just fine. You'd like to have a little sun close in. That strip includes several coast live oaks that are true volunteers. I haven't planted any of them, actually. There's no need to plant coast live oaks in my garden. They'll show up on their own. In fall of 2022, there was what they call a big mast year, which is a year when acorns are produced in great quantities. We have literally hundreds of seedlings at this moment, more than we need. This is perfect site conditions for coast live oaks, and it's a matter of refereeing more than encouraging those species. Also in this strip is a valley oak, Quercus lobata. It's been pretty happy with site conditions here. Valley oaks like deeper soils. They can tolerate a fair amount of moisture in their soils, and sometimes they'll grow in pretty deep clay. Also in that strip are the toyons, Heteromeles arbutifolia. They volunteer here. We planted a bunch of them, but they volunteer. They're unfortunately they are vulnerable to sudden oak death, and they sometimes are a little hard to find in the nursery trade because of that. But they're doing fine here, and I like them because they produce a little filter, visual filter from the road, but we live on a quiet street, so we don't want a hedge. We want something where we can wave at the neighbors as they walk by. A few toyon here and there provides a little screen, but it doesn't say keep out. We love our privacy. It says hi neighbor. Also in that area are some coffee berries, Frangula californica. Those are a little smaller and more delicate. Coffee berries are just such a wonderful shrub. They're beautiful. Their leaves are nice. They encourage all kinds of native bees. I wish I had a little more of them actually. But also in that area, let's see, on the side yard, we threw in a few wood roses. That'd be Rosa gymnocarpa over on the side yard. I intended to have California rose, Rosa californica, in this area. And I discovered that, unfortunately, I had a misidentified rose, which was not native. So I have spent the last few years assiduously digging up these roses, which are quite persistent. When I'm sure I've got them all, then I will reintroduce, or shall I say introduce, Rosa californica back to where it belongs in the garden. Okay, so there are a few other things that I have experimented with there with varying degrees of success. I had a silver bush lupin in the general vicinity that did very beautifully for maybe 10 years. It was just a stunning plant. And then it got old and it left us. Some of its offspring are now planted in that area. And they're not quite as happy because they're in a little bit shadier place than they'd really like, but it's a beautiful shrub, Lupinus albifrons. I'm also experimenting in certain shady places with fuchsia flowered gooseberry, a little bit of, Ribes menziesii, that's canyon gooseberry. Any kind of shrub that's about that same size and likes some filtered shade would be fair game for me. I get to experiment there with lots of things. I also experimented with something that seems to be doing quite well, Symphyotrichum chilense, which is California aster, which is just it's an herbaceous perennial that kind of grows by runners. It seems to be doing fine. One of the things that I often look for, if I can, are plants that produce some summer flowering, some summer color, because native plant gardens can look quite stunningly floriferous in springtime and then become rather quiet and uneventful later on in the summer. California aster flowers late, so I was attracted to that. Douglas Iris douglassiana. It likes some dry shade, and everybody wants to know what to plant under coast live oaks. The answer is often Douglas Iris. It's just a great plant. Mine's been in there for a while, and if I wanted it to flower more, I should divide it, and that'll stimulate its growth. Very satisfying early spring flower. Check that. Coast live oaks you see in the front of the garden, those are actually seedlings that became evident to us when we removed all the juniper 16 years ago. So those trees are between 16 and 20 years old. They don't get any extra water to speak of. So they're just doing what oak trees do. Jays are famous for moving acorns around. There are native oak trees not far from here because there's a little stream, it's a tributary to San Pablo Creek that's within flying distance for a jay, a short hop, shall we say. So they certainly could have come from there. Coast live oaks are so well suited to this area. They pop up in people's yards, and without a great deal of argument, they persist. And some of them actually, there's some large old ones that probably were there when the house was built and somebody decided to leave them in place because, it's a nice big tree. I'm fully confident that those are local genetic stock, full volunteers in the sense that nothing was done to encourage them, facilitate them, plant them. They just arrived. So the next zone, I'm going to call it the tall grass strip. And this is something that's going to be shrubs and grasses that are not as tall as the tree and shrub strip. But because it's not as tall, it's also a little denser in terms of its sort of visual kind of effect. It's a lot of plants that are densely planted together and gives you this real kind of natural division between different zones where the ecological requirements are different and the species are completely different. In this strip, there's a row of snowberry, Symphorocarpus albus. I just prune it down to about 1.5 feet every year, and it grows up a little taller, but it's a dense little strip that just says, okay, we're getting into another zone of plants here. It'll grow another 1.5 feet during the season. Right next to that is a double row of California fescue, Festuca californica, which I have to say it's a great garden plant. It's big, it's well behaved, it's a nice definite clump. The flower stems will get to be, I don't know, 4 feet tall. It's really quite a stunning plant, and it often has this kind of gray-green foliage too, almost a kind of a bluish color that I think is really quite pretty. Also in that strip are a couple of tall herbs, soap plant, Chlorogalum pomeridianum, one of the plants that grows like crazy in my garden. Another is milkweed, Asclepias fascicularis, which also kind of tends to get out of bounds a little bit, but that's the host plant for the monarch butterfly. And if what it took was to have 1,000 Asclepias here, milkweeds, I would do it so I could get the monarchs. I don't have monarchs yet. And then I've been experimenting with some other plants in that zone. I've tried coyote mint, Monardella villosa. It's done okay. I think it likes it a little sunnier and probably a little kind of rockier and better drained than most of my garden. It's an enjoyable but not overpowering addition to the garden. And then something else that I've been experimenting with is gum plant, Grindelia camporum. That's something that does pretty well in these site conditions. And when it did well, I harvested a bunch of seed, gave it to the nursery. They grew a whole bunch more, and I planted a whole lot more out there because why not go with success? This row is also has a little bit of a grassy section where I'm encouraging things like purple needlegrass, which is the taller of the two needlegrass species I've got here. That's Stipa pulchra. So then we move downslope slightly to the kind of topographically the lowest part of the garden, which is the meadow. This is a place that is just a profusion and a complexity that you might find in a native meadow. I'm experimenting with a lot of species that might or might not grow here in these exact site conditions, but it's still fun to give them a try. So the predominant species in the meadow is foothill needlegrass, Stipa lepida, and I have encouraged that over Stipa pulchra, the purple needlegrass, because it's a little finer textured and just is more in scale with my garden. I don't have a very large space. Keeping things in proportion is important to me. We also have in the meadow deerbed sedge, Carex praegracillus. Let's see some of the herbaceous perennials we have here. Blackroot sanicle, or Pacific sanicle, Senicula crassicalis. That seems to do better in the shadier spots. Yarrow, Achillea millefolium. That seems to kind of grow in patches all over the garden. The meadow is a place where I do experiment with annuals as I can. I've had some sort of moderate success with some Clarkias. Let's see, with some tarweeds, both Media and Holocarpa. We have a bird bath in the meadow. That is a very popular with our birds. Come to visit the feeders and take a bath. Because it's a body of still water, we have to clean it out periodically. So we've created a little wet spot right under the bird bath that is too wet for most of our meadow species. So I planted a riparian herb under there, Verbena lasiostachys. Verbena is the common name. It seems to be doing just fine. It likes it. It likes the soil just a little wet all the time. It's a great bee plant. It has little tiny purple flowers that flower for months. That's been a fun experiment. There's a little bit of Iris Douglassiana in the meadow. More soap plant than I really need. Some milkweed, Asclepias, in the meadow. Really, as long as it's fairly well behaved, almost any kind of herb is fine with me. Oh, there's a little California poppy there too, a Schultzia californica. The meadow is also home for blue-eyed grass, which is just a delightful little perennial herb in the iris families, Sisyrinchium bellum. Another perennial that does okay in the meadow, sometimes to my surprise and gratification, is the California fuchsia, Epilobium canem. It's a little richer, less well-drained soil than it usually grows in, but it seems to do okay there, and I couldn't be happier. I'm also experimenting with something in a part of the meadow that is rather shady, tends to be a little moist, and that is something called self-heal, Prunella vulgaris. That's something that's rather uncommon in the East Bay. I only know of a couple of spots for it. It's a very well-behaved ground cover in the mint family and produces little deep purple spikes of flowers over a long period of time. My self-heal winked out during the drought, so I reintroduced it a little bit, but it's a lovely ground cover, and I think a little underappreciated. So let's see, the triangle. The triangle is just a patch, a tangle, if you will, of trees and shrubs and herbs kind of have created their own habitat. It's all just as sunny as the meadow, but we planted in some buckeye, Aesculus californica, which is a beautiful kind of architectural tree. It can be pruned as a tall shrub if you like. It's a multi-stemmed tree, and it goes dormant in the summertime. So for many months of the year, you see it as just a light-colored, bare-stemmed, branching, multi-stemmed kind of small tree. A small tree is a good selection because it's fairly close to the house, and you don't want something real big there. So that's really what has created most of the structure, and also creates a little bit of the shade that some of these other species are going to benefit from. Another tall plant in that area is blue elderberry, Sambucus nigra. Most of what's in the triangle is not represented elsewhere in the garden, but it has, over time in particular, it's really established its own kind of habitat because of the presence of these buckeyes primarily, and also to some extent the blue elderberry, Sambucus nigra, variety Cerulea. And those are tall, deciduous, shrub-like or small tree species, and they seem to be doing just fine. They get a little shade from the house structure, which probably helps them a little bit, and then they in turn provide some shade for some of the other plants. The triangle is surrounded by California fescue, Festuca californica. Within the triangle, California hazelnut, Corylus cornuta, variety californica. That's getting to be a tall shrub, but it was slow growing at the beginning. It's a special interest to me. It's actually used traditionally as a basket weaving plant. It was managed, as so much of California was, by burning, so that the top stems might die back, and then new stems would grow from the base long and straight, which is a process called coppicing. The hazelnut stems, these long straight stems, are also quite flexible, and so they were used as rims on baskets. Mine are not treated that way, so they're just big bushy shrubs. But that's another one of the larger plants out there. There's also, within there is chaparral honeysuckle, which is Lonicera hispidula. And that's just a clambering shrub with lovely honeysuckle flowers that flower over a long period of time. Kind of a exuberant plant out there, covers a lot of ground. Also in there is cow parsnip, Heracleum maximum, which is a very large herbaceous perennial, grows to 6 or 7 feet tall. Also in the triangle is another herbaceous perennial, mugwort, Artemisia douglasiana. That's another plant that just grows up. It's a very satisfying plant. It gets to be 3 feet tall maybe, dies back in the winter, and you just give it a haircut down at ground level, and up it comes the next year. And then we have a little bit of common rush, Juncus effusus, in that area. I'm also experimenting with California pipevine, Aristolochia californica, which I would be delighted if that took over a much larger patch than where it is right now. It's a small shrub, and my hope is it's just spending the first couple of years post-planting, getting its roots established. It's the larval food plant for the California pipevine swallowtail, which is a much beloved and stunning butterfly. So if we're able to get enough food plant here to support a little bit of pipevine swallowtail butterfly, that would be a great accomplishment for this garden. And then the last zone here in my garden is the area that's the shady part next to the house. And that includes several different beds and situations. It includes a lot of sword ferns, Polystichum unitum. Some of those actually are plants that have been there since before we moved here. So the sword ferns themselves are probably 40 or 50 years old. Some of them have been divided and moved around a little bit. It's a testament to how popular they are in a garden. They provide year-round green foliage. They're very well behaved. They get to be a certain size and no larger. They put on beautiful new growth about this time of year. There's everything to like about them. One thing I've been told is that they also are the only place where Swainson's thrushes will nest is in the old growth of sword ferns. I wish I had the old growth to supply for the Swainson's thrushes, but in my garden, I'm afraid I feel moved to keep everything tidied up enough that I probably will never have Swainson's thrushes nesting in my sword ferns. But they're a beautiful plant. Some other things that grow in this area, I'm experimenting with some ocean spray, Holodiscus discolor, which is a plant that loves shady canyons, so I'm figuring this might be a good spot. We have some wild ginger, Asarum caudatum, which is a beautiful, fragrant ground cover, very well behaved. Its native habitat is in redwood forest. It's a perennial, very low growing plant with kind of glossy, large, heart-shaped leaves. Quite beautiful. Also in the shady part of the garden is silk tassel, Garrya elliptica, which is a very, very large shrub. I planted it in a place where if it's necessary to take out a coastline oak, which is way too close to the house, the Garrya will be of a size that it can just take over and cover a portion of the house that's not very interesting. Also in this area is Slim Solomon's seal, Mayanthemum stellatum, which is a herbaceous perennial ground cover. It goes dormant in the summer, so to me it's not quite as attractive as the wild ginger, but it also grows in a much broader sort of ecological range, so it can do fine where there's sort of dry shade in the summer. And then last but not least, in this moisture area, I also have a plant that's quite a pride and joy, which is the California grape, Vitis californica. So that's something that we do water that. It rewards us by clambering over our trellis in front and providing some summer shade and some grapes in the summer, which are much appreciated by particularly the western bluebirds that come and visit quite a bit. I know what's not to like. Now we're going to talk about the birds that visit here in no particular order, but perhaps with a little commentary about them. We have regular Anis hummingbird visitors, and that's without a feeder. They just visit our flowers. You hear them year-round. We know they're here. And I just learned that they breed year-round in the Bay Area. So in the small bird range, we have oak titmice, which are really one of my favorites because they're so perky and have a lovely song. Ruby-crowned kinglets pass through here. They don't, as far as I know, they don't breed here, but they're, as of March, they're passing through right now. We have lesser goldfinches all year round, lots and lots and lots of them. And I know for a fact that they nest in some of our trees. House finches, very popular, very common. Dark-eyed juncos, they're here year-round. Song sparrows occasionally visit. Buick's wrens nest in this area. We have a couple of pairs that are regular here. White-breasted nuthatches are probably nesting here this year because we have a pair that regularly visits our feeder. White-crowned sparrows and golden-crowned sparrows are here during the winter. They eat my vegetation, and yet I welcome them. They will be moving on to northern areas to breed in the next month or so, and then the plants will be at peace. We have black-headed grosbeak in the neighborhood. but I have not seen them here. I've only heard them. They have a lovely call. With woodpeckers, we have 3 species. Downy woodpeckers are frequent visitors. We know that they also are permanent residents around here. The commonest woodpecker is Nuttall's woodpecker, very common. They visit our feeders. And then we have acorn woodpeckers in smaller numbers, but my hope is that our oak trees will get large enough that they will find them suitable for a granary tree, and then we'll get a family group here, but that's over time. Cedar waxwings are occasional visitors in the winter, and they really like our toyon berries. Western bluebirds are here mainly in the summer, although they are year-round residents, and they are especially fond of our California grapes. We just wait for the berries will ripen, and then after a while, here come the bluebirds, and they just come every day, and they're so clever with their little beaks. They take the berry, and then they sort of manipulate it a little bit, and then they spit out the skin, which is kind of tough, and then they spit out the seeds, and so you just have this kind of like sort of dusty sort of like residue. You just sweep it up, and they don't make a mess. They just eat the the fleshy insides. Robins, year-round, very common right now. We see a lot of them. California quail, we have known them to nest under our California fescues. I was only aware of it once, but I'm just hoping they'll be back, and we do see them regularly. Northern flicker, they eat our ants. Yes, we have band-tailed pigeons, and they have become a little more common in the last couple of years, and we see large flocks of them flying overhead, and then they come and visit our site, both for the feeder, and then they kind of poke around in the vegetation as well. And then, of course, the smaller mourning doves are here all the time. Western scrub jay, very common. They're the bad boys of the bird feeders, and they're here. We see them every day. Just recently, for the first time, we had a sighting of a red-breasted sapsucker, and the reason those were so late for us to become aware of is that they don't visit the feeders. They do forage on our trees, but they don't vocalize very much. They're very quiet and rather shy. We have both California towhees and spotted towhees. In the distance, we haven't actually seen these birds on our property, but we hope they're hunting for some of our voles. We have barn owls nearby and great horn owls, several pairs of those in the neighborhood. We do have Cooper's hawks, and they do occasionally catch some of our songbirds, we think. Overhead, we do have a pair of red-tailed hawks that nest in the neighborhood. We have black phoebes. They forage for insects in our yard. Probably one of our commonest visitors, besides the lesser goldfinch. A very common visitor is the chestnut-backed chickadee. They're around all the time. We have yellow-rumped warblers passing through in the springtime. We occasionally have red-breasted nuthatches and also brown creepers. That's quite a few, isn't it?
Barbara, that was a beautiful video.
That was a beautiful video. So Rachel Steyer, thank you so much for making it. She did such a beautiful job. So I can't see, Mike, the questions anymore on the right-hand side of my screen, if you could help me. So Barbara, I wonder if you could tell us maybe a little bit about maintenance of your garden.
There we go. Oh, I had a panic moment because I was trying to answer a question and unmute at the same time. Maintenance. Well, here in, can you hear me okay?
Loud and clear.
Okay. Yes, we have a great sensitivity to the wishes of the fire marshal. And so when the grasses become dry, and this is mostly it's the stipa in the meadow, the first order of business when summer begins is to get out there and bring the grass down, because I don't want my native plant garden to attract attention, because everybody knows it's a native plant garden, and I just don't want people to associate it with fire danger. So I personally, I mean, one can go out there with a weed whacker and just, or even a mower set on high and mow it. I've been told. I've never done that. I spend a few hours. This is the one time of the year that I really get out there and do this, but I just get out there with a little Japanese knife. You know, it's like a little hand scythe, and cut the grass after it's shed its seed, and then I'm done for the year. So that's actually the most sort of sustained effort. I try to just bring dead material out for aesthetics, and that includes oaks, shrub residue, just for looks. I bring the soap plant, the snowberry down to a certain height, again, just for looks. And I do a lot of this with a little sort of regret, because I know that that wildlife, including insects, use all parts of plants, including the dead parts. But I feel a particular obligation to have the garden look. I mean, I like it looking wild, but I want people to like it looking beautiful. And so that means I'm making a trade-off between complete wildness and looks to satisfy people. Once the leaves are off the grape, I prune it back to that knobby coppice looking look that you saw there for the winter. I don't know. I think that's about it. I'm compressing some months of sort of incidental pruning, but that's about it.
I like to leave dried stems and things in my yard. And what I used to do was, when my mother would come to visit, I would cut them down before my mom came. So I would just hang on to them. I still have, you know, dried Clarkia stalks in my yard in patches. So I guess we just have to manage our yards the way that we want to, but I go for the wild and woolly look more. Let's see. So how about watering? Did you talk much about, like, how do you manage the watering in your yard for, yeah.
Yeah, I did not. My role model is Glenn Schneider, who doesn't water at all, but he lives in Berkeley and I live in a much hotter place. I water. Last year, we were worried that we might be restricted in water use, and in any event, we wanted to really keep our watering use down because of the drought. We water. You might have noticed that I have a number of sort of pet ferns that I keep in containers near the patio. And in part, that's because keeping them in containers and keeping them watered actually uses less water than if I put them in the ground. So I have a couple of pet chain ferns that require water frequently. And that's true to a lesser extent for some of the other potted ferns on the patio. We also water the grapevine some. I think we should water it less probably. And I'm experimenting because there's you'll see if you visit the garden, but there's a volunteer a pair of grapevines at the other end of the arbor that are complete volunteers. So I'm going to see how they do, which is probably growing more slowly, but with very little, if any, water. And what else? Last year, aside from a few things that had just been planted, we didn't water at all. And that was, I think, somewhat to the detriment of my coffee berries. But my goal is to have a really minimal water use garden, not completely free from watering.
Can you talk a little bit about Native Here Nursery and your involvement in your own genetically local native plant garden?
Oh, goodness, yeah. Most of my plants were purchased from Native Here Nursery, and the reason being that it's a nursery that tells you where plants have come from. And my goal was to have not only exclusively plants that are native to the watershed, but actually to use plant materials that were sourced from the watershed. So some of that exchange involved me collecting seed, giving it to Native Here, and then they would grow it for me. I mean, their goal is to present to the public and for restorationists as broad a genetic diversity in their plant materials as possible. So I don't want to. I sometimes provide seed from plants that I've grown here, knowing that they're a little more genetically narrowed than collecting from a large population in the wild. But sometimes the plants we use are such in demand that we'd be better off to even utilize plants that are just one generation removed from wild stock. I will tell you that the excuse me, I'm gonna drink water. The California rose was not purchased from Native Here, so that identity problem was not theirs. But they are pretty careful to try and keep their identifications correct, and I'm working with the volunteers up there to do that.
Will you tell us a little bit about your green home features and what people might want to talk to you about if they come to visit your garden?
Yes. Our ultimate goal, of course, is to be zero net energy, in the sense that we are generating as much energy as we use. And that's it's a process. Because we are adding features as we go along, and then sometimes we have to just hold for a moment and see what that change has created in our demand pattern. For example, in 2022, we replaced our very, very aged gas water heater and air conditioner with a heat pump. So that's going to be probably the largest single demand for electricity. And so we're just running that for a year or so to find out if our solar panel array is sufficient or how much more capacity we would need. As I think Kathy said at the beginning of this, the best thing we can all do, and we can do it right away, and it pays for itself, is to improve our insulation in our house. So that was the first thing we did. Since then, we've replaced some windows with better insulation. We've certainly put in weather stripping and that kind of thing, which is a super easy thing to do. Then in 2012, we installed solar panels, and 2013 we got a hybrid plug-in hybrid car that'll eventually be replaced by a fully electric car. So I think that's about it. People are welcome to ask me. I'll have some facts and figures, but we're really happy with just feeling that we're doing our part for energy independence here.
All right. Well, Barbara, I want to thank you for being with us today. I want to thank Rachel Steyer. I know that she's watching, for making that video. It was such a beautiful video, isn't it?
Rachel is a really talented videographer. Yeah.
You can visit Barbara's garden on Sunday, May the 7th. She's in Orinda. You can see her garden description online. Barbara, can you stay online for a little while and, participate in the chat if people have questions?
Yes, of course.
All right. Well, thank you so much, Barbara. And it was nice to see you this morning. We're going to go on now to our next speaker. And let's see. This out of the way. So we just talked for a moment about green home features, and I wanted to remind people that the East Bay Green Home Tour, which is an online event, takes place on Saturday, May the 20th. I know they have one session that's specifically on rebates, because because of the Inflation Reduction Act, there are a lot of rebates coming up now for people to electrify their homes, install solar panels, install heat pumps, replace water heaters, replace gas burning stoves. So that's eastbaygreenhome.com. And my friend Amy Kaiser runs that tour, and she does a terrific job with it. I wanted to say, before we go on to talk about rebates from East Bay Mud, I would ask people to please fill out the evaluation forms for yesterday and today. They are in the Zoom link email that you've received. It's really so helpful to us to hear your opinion about the presentations. Okay, so East Bay Mud, I don't know if you know, has doubled their rebate if you remove your lawn and plant a native plant garden. That's a brand new program. It's for a limited time. The super rebate is $2.50 a square foot, and that's double the regular rebate amount. To help you do this, East Bay Mud has also started a new landscape design assistance program. You can choose a designer from their list and receive a 2-hour visit and custom recommendations for your garden on things like plant choice, garden layout, design, and irrigation. Some of the plants you could consider: yarrow, parkia, flannelbush. There's so many favorites to choose from, especially look at the Keystone Species list. It's on the Bringing Back the Native Garden Tour website. It's a new section, and it's got like the best plants for your native plant garden. And Edmud also has mulch and compost coupons available at edmud.com/mulch. As Edmud says, we may be out of the drought, but water-wise gardens are always in style. But this is a fantastic opportunity to receive, I think it's $2.50 a square foot to remove your lawn, and the free garden design from East Bay Mud if you put in a native plant garden. And then you could offer your garden for the tour, which is like totally the best thing to have happen. We're going to go now to Marianne Walsh and Richard Carter's garden in Oakland. And let me begin by saying that you can visit this garden on Saturday, May the 6th on the Bringing Back the Natives Garden Tour. This garden was designed by Lois Simons. It was installed by her company, Gardening with Nature's Design. And Lois's passions and expertise are in taking a permaculture approach to California hillside erosion, retaining rainwater on site, creating wetlands and dry creek beds, and in native plant selection. Oops, sorry, I shouldn't have gone so fast. Marianne and Richard have attended the tour since its inception in 2005. And over the years, they found not only inspiration, but also Lois, who really worked her magic for them. This is a beautiful garden. I really love this garden. The dry creek bed is not only attractive, but it also captures rainwater and retains it in a small wetland. You can see that there on the left. Retaining rainwater on site is important because it keeps your garden green longer. And as water slowly trickles into the soil, it helps to replenish the groundwater and protects the local creek from scouring. This garden has a beautiful parking strip. I don't have a photo up, I'm sorry, but if you have a parking strip to convert, you should not miss this one. On the green home front, Marianne and Richard have 30 solar panels on their roof, which generate all the energy they use in their house, and it also powers their 2 electric cars. The Walshes have basically no PG&E bill, and of course, they pay nothing for gasoline or oil changes. So let us say hello now to Richard and Marianne and Lois. Good morning.
Good morning.
Morning.
Well, welcome. Shall we just launch into the video, and then maybe we'll stop after the first video and take some questions, and then we'll watch the second video and take some questions. Does that sound good to you?
Sure, sounds good.
Okay, good. This goes through.
Hello, my name is Lois Simons, and I'm the owner of Gardening by Nature's Design. This garden here in the Lakeshore District is Marianne and Richard's garden, and I came to this garden. There were already some elements here. I'm going to talk today about design and hopefully about the implementation, some practical aspects of the implementation of a design. When I came to this garden, there were already some boulders, but they were scattered throughout the garden and they had no relationship to one another. There was a dry creek bed, but you couldn't see it. This was the challenge that was posed to me. How could I connect these boulders and bring to everyone's attention the dry creek bed? I'd like to point out to you how I rearranged the stones that were already here, and so that there's fluidity and continuity in the garden between the boulders, the stones, and also how it introduces you to the garden. So it naturally allows your eye to flow from one stone to the other, bringing you to the beautiful boulder and the entrance to the pathway. So it's bringing you to the boulder and into the garden, to the maple and the plants surrounding the maple, as well as bringing your eye to the beginning and starting of a path. Then you follow these stones and you follow it this way, you're brought to this extraordinary boulder. What happens here is you're brought to the lines of this boulder. Before, when I saw this boulder, it was extraordinary, but it was static. And now, because of how you're introduced to the boulder, you see the curves and the lines of the boulder, and they draw you into what I had proposed, which is let's put in a wetlands. And the wetlands will connect this boulder to the dry creek bed that is behind it. And I will raise the dry creek bed, which was very shallow. There were only like 1-2 courses of stone. And I will build it up so that you can notice that there is indeed a dry creek bed, and that there's a relationship now between this beautiful boulder through the wetlands to the dry creek bed. I just want to point out how landscape can meet architecture. We have here, entering the house, these extraordinarily beautiful cut stone entering the house. What an incredible entrance. And then we have the stone in the garden. Do you see how it complements the steps going up into the house, so that there's an ambience between the two? And it retains its natural look, and yet it complements and works with the architecture that leads us into the house. We enter the garden path. And once again, the stone leads our way into the garden path and into the garden, so that the path itself is indeed a garden path, not separate from the garden, because the stone will bring us to the path and into the beautiful maple bed. We wanted to keep the beautiful curve of the path, so we accentuated it with stones along the path. And we built up the entrance to the dry creek bed. So it has a presence, and it says, I'm here, I'm a dry creek bed, enter me. And you can see they have a sitting area here so that they can sit from here and enter the dry creek bed as they're resting, relaxing in their garden. Bringing you into this dry creek bed, you can see that the stone is creating different vignettes and openings, windows into the garden. Here we have the maple bed is introduced to us, and now the dry creek bed with the wetlands and its plants are introduced to us in this garden. And see how coherent it is. It falls and flows naturally. There's a fluidity and a continuity. And one feature enhances the other feature. You see how the wetland enhances the dry creek bed. So I wanted to talk a little bit about the plants. There were already some plants in this garden, but they were not faring. Well, the first step we took is we did a soil test and a filtration test. And what we discovered was that there were certain nutrients that were lacking in the soil, and that the soil itself was a sandy loam about 12 inches down, and then it turned to a clay soil. So this informed us in terms of what kind of irrigation our approach to the irrigation, and of course in bringing amendments to the soil. So we're not just placing plants in soil. There's a relationship. Everything is vibrant and alive, and we recognize that. And we work with that so that the plants that were yellow and rather small are now flourishing and green. And I will show you certain examples of how incredibly well things are flourishing and green. Of course, we worked with the deodar cedar that's here in the garden, the 2 maple trees, the spruce, and there were a couple of Arctostaphylos. That's the manzanita, the ground cover. There were two here, and there were the manzanita shrubs, the Howard McMinns, along the dry creek bed. And they wanted to expose the bark in this Howard McMinn along the creek bed. These shrubs will be further pruned. We wanted them to come back into full health before pruning them. So they're a bit dense on the top, and in the fall we will, after they have had their berries dropped and stuff, we will then go ahead and do a pruning. There was juniper here. We just kept that. And what we did is we worked with the Arctostaphylos or manzanita emerald carpet. We put in another one to create a pattern. And we put several in the backdrop there to connect the area around the maple to the front of the garden. And we put a point raised Arctostaphylos in the back there that will also flow down the hillside and has a nice deep green color. To act as counterpoint, we put in the coyote bush pigeon point, Baccharis pilularis. And so it has a different texture and it's a lighter green. And we also put in a different Arctostaphylos, this Arctostaphylos or manzanita Pacific mist. It's a wonderful manzanita to put by water features because as it grows, it will come down and it will arch. So unlike the emerald carpet that stays close and mounds and stays close to the slope, this Pacific mist will accentuate the slope and have the kind of fluidity that you would see with water and water features, mimicking that. And it also has a lighter color, so it's a nice contrast. So what I want to say is that we don't simply plant a plant. Oh, I like this plant, I'll put it in the garden. What we plant is community of plants that have a relationship with one another. And just like the stone, how we change the stonework so that there's a continuity and the eye just naturally flows from one stone element to the other, so too there's a pattern so that your eye flows from one plant to the other. And it actually sees those plants, but it also sees the relationship between plants. And what you have is a coherent whole, and what you have is you're creating in both of these ways of a sense of place. A place where you can be and rest, and it creates a sense of calm and peace. And that's what we like to create in our gardens. Then what we did, we used plants. Remember how I connected the boulder to the dry creek bed with the wetlands and raised the dry creek bed. And then we placed 2 grasses behind the dry creek bed. And behind that are some more plants, notably the Ceanothus dark star. And that Ceanothus dark star, very architectural in its growth, much like the deodar cedar. So it's going to mirror the deodar cedar, and it's going to come up to 5-6 feet. So it's going to bridge the garden to the deodar cedar and to the shrub Arctostaphylos, the Howard McMinns. And so it's going to arch, and it has this beautiful, rich, lilac, deep purple flower. in the springtime. So what we're doing, we're extending the garden back. We're giving it perspective and depth. All of a sudden, instead of it being the focus of one thing, it's the focus of a whole array of things that are connected. So here we are in the sitting area in this garden. And what we did, and this is one of the permaculture principles, is to utilize the materials that are here on this property. So when we dug out the wetlands, we used that soil to build a nice hill here. And what that does is it creates an intimate space here. It embraces the sitting area. It's no longer has the sense of being just flat and out in the open. Instead, it's a nice resting area that's protected and has a sense of privacy. It also is placed so that you can really appreciate the dry creek bed and its entry, as well as the rest of the garden. This hill that we created has a number of features. We have the Yerba Buena coursing through the garden, interspersed with heuchera, the coral bells. And in the center of the bed, we have a mountain mahogany. It's a beautiful, beautiful plant. So it's used to being browsed by deer. So it can be as little as 3 feet in maturity or 15 feet tall. There are deer in this garden. Every night there are deer that are in this garden. So that's been a challenge. In order to protect the plants that the deer like to browse, is we've actually placed stakes around the plants initially for them to have the opportunity to root and settle in. Otherwise, the deer would just simply browse on them and actually pull them out of the ground. So that's one thing we've had to do. In certain areas, we put bird netting over just to allow the entire area to establish. As you can see, it's doing very well, and it does well with being browsed, so we're going to allow that to happen. Also in the background here, I mentioned before that we found the nutrients in the soil to be lacking. This is an evergreen currant, which is a ribes, and what it is, it's a berry plant. And it's one of the few berry plants native to California that retains its leaves all year long. This evergreen currant was pretty meager and yellow, not doing well at all. As you can see, it is flourishing right now and totally green. So this is how we approach gardens. We approach it literally from the ground up. Over here is another berry plant, a native, California native currant. It is the Ribes sanguineum Claremont. And as you can see, it's doing beautifully. Right now, it's kind of enmeshed in the evergreen currant, but it will actually grow to be about 8 to 10 feet tall. And we're going to semi-exfoliate it so that it will go on the wall of this house and be a wonderful backdrop, a natural backdrop for the garden. So the house, the structure, and the garden are meeting, but in a very friendly fashion. Over here, backing the sitting area is the California huckleberry. And it will actually have huckleberries. It loves living in the shade and stuff. And they're like a very small blueberry, very intense. When I've been up at Sea Ranch collecting the huckleberries, 5 feet, 10 feet away are deer also collecting the huckleberries. So the deer will be very happy with this garden. Instead of creating a barrier to the deer, we're creating a home and working with them as best we can. So in this area here, as I spoke about, we have the Ceanothus dark star, which will come architecturally up to 6 feet and spread out. And then we have behind it the Howard McMinn Arctostaphylos. And here, unlike over by the creek bed, we're going to allow this to be a shrub. It's one of the few manzanitas that as it grows, it actually can retain all of its leaves lower down, and if it's properly maintained. And so it will form just a little backdrop here. I just want to point out to you that the depth of this perspective, it just draws you in. You're totally in this wild landscape now. Very natural, wild landscape. And it just draws you in. So we're shifting perspective, and that's part of design, is shifting your perspective and adding some depth and a quality so that you're entering into different spaces, but naturally. So I just want to point out to you, and to me that feels really important, especially in California, where we have a tendency to drought, and we're currently in a very severe drought, to bring water features, natural water features into the garden. Oftentimes, when it's possible, I will actually take the water from the roof of the house and bring it into a wetlands in a dry creek bed. But even so, if I'm simply even capturing water in these dry creek beds and the wetlands, what it does, if the soil is viable, it actually raises the water table. And what that does is that it allows the plants, once they've established, to draw from that table for a longer period of time, so that we are less dependent on irrigation to keep these plants alive and flourishing.
Okay, so actually we should be looking at Lois and Marianne and Richard. Now, there were a number of questions. Let me say before I go on to questions that is such a beautiful garden. I just love this garden when I saw it. Lois is a longtime friend and nearby neighbor, and you can see more of Lois's work if you go to the Bringing Back the Native Garden tour. Find a designer and look under Lois Simons, Gardening by Nature's Design. You'll see a portfolio of the gardens that she has designed, and you can look at other gardens that she has put rainwater retention in and beautiful stonework. And something that just struck me about your presentation, Lois, was your emphasis on thoughtful design. It's such a beautiful garden, but it's obviously so clearly well thought out in a way that I don't normally think about as someone who admires gardens, but I don't think about the thought that went in to creating them that way. Could you talk a little bit about that? Wait, we have to unmute you, Lois. Can you find your mute?
Yeah, sure. And I appreciate your introduction. That's really beautiful. So yeah, it's an organic process. So this design evolves as I'm on site, and it evolves in discussion with my clients. And Richard and Marianne have been just really rich components of the development of this garden. And they had the bare bones, they had the makings of it, and it was just meant for me to bring it together. And so it's really interesting that you can have the elements, and yet it does not create the continuity and coherence that you want in a garden, so that you're basically, a lot of design is about training where the eye goes. And through your eye, you enter the garden. And so you have to create continuity and a sense of connection, both in the plants and in terms of color and texture, and also in the stones. So that's what I look for. And if you come to the garden, you'll see that there are many rooms, so to speak, or vantage points in which to enter into the garden and experience it in a slightly different way. And so the other thing that wasn't somehow missed in this video was to the right side of the entryway, we built a stone wall, and we continued the continuity with the other side of the garden, so it would have the same architectural weight. And we used the river rock, and because it was river rock, we made it very fluid and flowing instead of architectural and just straight and linear. And we also used these stones, which had this shape to them, almost like dolphins leaping. And we put these stones on top of one another like that. So a lot of the impact of the garden is actually, it's felt not just through the eye, but through the body, your own body. You feel it. And so it creates within yourself a sense of place and peace. And that's what we look for.
Well, you did it. I know I saw this garden. I see them all really, and it was beautiful. I have a question. Well, there are a number of questions in the chat for both Lois, the designer, and also Marianne and Richard, the homeowners. And it's about the rainwater retention. So Lois, maybe you can talk about the flow, like where does the water come from and where does it go to and what happens if the rainwater system overflows? And Marianne and Richard, since you're there on a daily basis, can you let us know how did it work during the big rains this year? So we'll start with you, Lois.
So in this garden, oftentimes, if it's possible, I will redirect the water from the roof of a house into the garden, but that water had already been redirected. So we're just really using the natural elements of the wetlands to capture water, as well as the dry creek bed. And this garden can really absorb rainwater well because of that 10 inches of light sandy loam soil before it gets into the the clay soil. The thing we have to be careful about is once the soil reaches saturation, whether through irrigation or through the rains, that we don't continue to irrigate and we draw back. So we both have to apply good irrigation for the sandy loam top of the soil, and then hold back the irrigation for the clay soil underneath. It's kind of a little bit of a dance.
Thank you. So Marianne and Richard, can you tell us, so we had a lot of rains this winter. How did the wetland go? How did the water flow go and so on?
Well, we didn't drown. No, so as Lois said, most of the water was already, the water from the roof of the house had already been redirected years ago into buried pipes. So all of that, we didn't have to worry about all of that roof water. And the water there was never any standing water in the wetlands. So that was successful. And you know, the water just kind of went into the dry creek bed. You have anything to say, sir?
No, it would have been nice to redirect some of the water from the roof down through there. We thought about it, but it really wasn't practical to do it, so we left it the way it was.
Okay. I saw a couple of questions about the soil test, and Lois, maybe we'll start with you, and then Richard and Marianne, maybe we'll go to you about like, what was the garden like before, and tell us about the soil testing process and the outcome, and then we'll go on and see the next video of your garden.
Okie dokie. So I always, at this point, get a soil test of the garden. It's not 100% proof because the soil's not the same throughout every garden in every place. But I have found that it will show inadequacies in the soil that I can then bring in amendments. And I always use organic amendments and stuff. And I bring them to a soil lab in Watsonville called Perry Labs. It's expensive, but it's really worth it. I showed the evergreen ribes, but there's also the coffee berries were just so small and stunted, basically, and yellow. And then they are. I hope you come to see the garden in person because they are just absolutely flourishing, dense, green, and big. And so it's been really, it's really been well worth it.
Okay.
Yeah,
Mary-
it's a whole different,
Okay.
oh.
okay, go
I was
ahead.
gonna add, it's a very different garden now than what you see in the video.
Yeah.
And partly because of the soil testing and the amendments, things that were just struggling for years now have really come to life and are really flourishing. So it's a very different look than what you saw in the video.
I think this video was made last fall, wasn't it, Lois? Like about October or so?
Right, right. So the garden had only been in for less than a year.
I saw it before that, but I saw it in more spring, but it was just more full. And I'm sure it's much more full now than in the video.
Oh, it is flourishing right now. Yes. The poppies are out, the buttercups are out, the blue-eyed grass is blooming, and the tidy tips are about to come, and the sage is budding up really beautifully, and what else?
And the poppies.
Yes, the poppies. And the yarrow's budding up, and is the buckwheat budding up right now? I'm not sure.
No,
Not yet. That'll be later. Mhm.
Well, let me ask you three if you would take some photos of your garden, because I'd love to have some photos of your like more full and spring full garden up on the Garden Tour website. But what we have is Lois cleverly split this presentation into two, so we could show you part of the garden and have a chance for discussion. We're going to go now and see a video on the second part of the garden.
And the second part of the garden is the sidewalk planting. Hello, my name is Lois Simons, and I'm the owner of Gardening by Nature's Design. This garden here in the Lakeshore District is Marianne and Richard's garden. When I first came to this garden, there was no stone on this side of the garden other than the couple of stones that were bordering the entryway. And to create a balance and a connection between one side of the garden to the other, we put in a wall. Also because there was a height differential. There was quite a slope here, and we wanted to mitigate that slope and create more moderate slope and more level land. So we put in this stone wall bed. It is also made of, utilizing the same stone that was used over there. It's a river rock stone. And because of its nature, we kind of played that out. And because we wanted a natural looking wall, not an architectural wall, we allowed it to curve and move throughout the garden. And the other thing is we really accentuated, almost like flying fish, the shape of the stones. Rather than fitting them tightly together, we allowed them to flow one over the other, kind of falling into place as stone naturally would. And you see that? It's like a dolphin cresting a wave. There were several coffee berries here, and this here is a coffee berry. It had just maybe half a dozen leaves on it. It was pretty paltry. Once again, we did these with the soil test, and we amended the soil. And as you can see, it has recovered and is flourishing. The same is true of the other coffee berries. This was really sparse and meager, and they were yellow. So I just want to point out, and you can see there's lots of bees and wasps in this garden. Marianne has noticed how much more life there is in this garden, how many more birds are visiting this garden, insects, and I will show you later, we've had butterflies, and so it's not static, it's a dynamic ecosystem here that we're beginning to create. Perhaps just the beginnings, the basics of it, but it does have enough coherence to bring in wildlife, raccoons, deer, squirrels, and the things, the pollinators. This is, I mentioned the sunset manzanita or Arctostaphylos before. This is it at a further stage. We have flowering plants in front of the wall. This is the penstemon, Heterophilus margarita BOP, and it borders both sides of the walkway. You'll notice here are the stakes that we used to protect initially plants from the deer. And we kept these here because we are also protecting this particular one from dogs. This is a buckwheat, and here is a monkey flower. I use the Mimulus or Diplochus aurantiacus varieties. This is the changeling, one of my favorites. And here is a buckwheat and another monkey flower. So we create a pattern language here. We have the monkey flowers here, there, and then around the bend. And then in between we have the buckwheat. We also wanted to create some kind of connection and fluidity between the upper bed and the lower bed. So we have the grasses here that feed into a grass below. It's a smaller area, so we have a smaller grass here. This is the eyelash grass, Butylea, and I'm just going to point out an eyelash. This will be covered in eyelashes. It is fantastic and just so playful and fun. So you can see how the grasses flow from the upper bed down and will flow to the lower bed. This buckwheat has come along a lot. It's much bigger, and you can see it's budding out. We broke this up with a fuchsia, California fuchsia. And we have here the yarrow, Achillea millefolium, and this is the red flame. I find it to be a particularly strong yarrow, and we have it here in the upper bed and lower bed. Once again, creating the connection. This Starr's Choice salvia will fill the upper part of the bed, the backdrop here, and makes a nice counterpoint to the emerald carpet in front. We have a new one here, so it's going to fill this entire bed. A back bed, I should say. This is another salvia. It's a whirly blue, and it has beautiful purple flowers that come in swirls, as you can begin to see. And we're hoping it will fill, it's intended to fill this entire area here. Behind it is an Arctostaphylos, and you can see from just the few Arctostaphylos that I have pointed out, these manzanitors are very diverse. Some are flat ground covers, some are curving, sweeping ground covers, some get high, some remain low, and some are shrubs and trees. Some lose their lower leaves, some retain them. This is a Louis Edmond, and it's a tree, shrub, and it comes to about 6 feet. So it will come up to above the bottom of this window, and we're going to lightly espalier it, and so it will define this breakfast nook space. It is also mirrored by this Arctostaphylos Louis Edmond, and which is also positioned to mirror the other one, and it will also spread in similar fashion this way, so that there will be a correlation and mirroring between the two and a connection between the two beds. In this bed we used grasses, and primarily grasses, some manzanitas as well, to create a pattern. And once we had that pattern set, this spring we planted the annual pollinating plants to extend the pollinating season. See grasses. Remember the continuity between the upper and lower levels in the main bed? Well, we're going from grass over to grass. And we're continuing following the grasses throughout this street side garden. It was wonderful to have such a wide bed street side that we could develop like this. We're utilizing the grasses to set up a pattern throughout the bed, as well as the manzanitas. And then within that pattern are the pollinators, the gold bud, Solidago californica, tidy tips, Armeria, and this is another grass which I will show you. This is the Calamagrostis foliosa. It's a really pretty grass. Several poppies, and the tidy tips once again, and more poppies. And here we come upon the California fescue that is in the main bed, along with the carrots that are in the main bed. And right before this grass, on either side of it, is the milkweed. And that attracts the caterpillar for the monarch butterfly. So I planted the milkweed closely together. There are 3 of them. And so I have discovered with the milkweed, in terms of drawing the caterpillars and the butterflies, that it's best to plant them together, close together, rather than one here and one very far apart. And that it has been much more successful in drawing in the caterpillars. And it was wonderful watching them crawl throughout the garden. But what it made me realize is that while they feed on the milkweed, they don't cocoon on the milkweed. And it's just as important, not simply to provide milkweed for the caterpillars, but to provide plants for the cocoon, for the caterpillar to cocoon. And that plant has to have a strong leaf with a nice arch to it so that it can tolerate and accept the weight of that cocoon. And so the coffee berries are a good example of that. They are able to cocoon in the coffee berries. There are other plants as well, but that's something that is important to incorporate in your garden if you're thinking of bringing in the caterpillars for the monarch butterfly or any other butterfly for that matter. Okie dokie. We also have here buttercups, California ranuncula, and throughout the garden are the blue-eyed grass. You see it in the backdrop here and stuff. And we're allowing it to be slightly wild, and then we will thin it out. And as we've done before, we've potted a great deal of them and give them to people for restoration or for their own gardens. We have the coyote bush pigeon point here, and we continue it in the street side, once again uniting the beds. And here we have the Calamagrostis foliosa, a little more mature and stuff with this seedling to give you a sense of its form. So it was really important, this second stage of planting, to extend the pollinator plants for pollinators to be able to come and make use of this garden. So we're extending the season, and it's been a joy to do so.
right. Well, can you bring me back? Do I have to stop share so we can look at Richard and Lois for a moment? So we're running out of time. So I just like to take a quick visit over to Richard and Marianne. And if you could tell us, like, what do you really enjoy about the garden?
You go first.
I don't know. There's lots of elements that I like. There's different compartments. The way the sun hits the property is that by the parking strip, it's a whole different climate than back toward the house. And so we have different kind of areas where by the house it's ferns and other things and native ferns, and then more sun-loving plants in the front.
Well, I love the fact that there's always something going on. I mean, we have lots of birds. Last year we had lots of monarchs, and it was really a lot of, and then I went on, I saw, oh my gosh, look at all these aphids on the monarchs. And I sort of went on an aphid jihad, but I shouldn't have worried. I like working in the garden. I like being out there. And what Lois did with the I don't know if people remember, but the very first slide in Lois's presentation was what the house looked like when we bought it. So someone in the chat made a comment about in the 50s and 60s, it used to be just, sort of flat yards. Ours was worse. The previous owners had put down impermeable black plastic and covered it with small river rock right up to the trunk of the cedar tree. So the cedar tree was withering, and getting rid of that river rock, one of Richard's, that was one of the reasons for the stream bed in the first place, was to use up some of the river rock. But we're still getting rid of river rock.
Well, it's a beautiful garden. So I have to push on now, but I want to say that there are a lot of questions in the chat. If you have time, Lois and Marianne and Richard, to respond to them. I'm going to take care of a couple of them now. So yes, the soil testing was done through Perry Labs. Yes, they do tell you what quantities and what materials to put on. I used Perry Labs myself after hearing about the soil testing from Lois and Marianne. I'd never tested my soil before, but I did, and it really improved my front garden, which was a newly planted garden after a big construction project. And the plants were doing, a year later, they even were retracted from when they were put in the ground. They just looked worse than when we had initially got them. They hadn't grown. And my husband and I are really amazed at, how much better the plants are doing now. I know your garden is open. Go ahead.
When I do put in a request and I send in the soil, I let them know what kind of plants I'm planting, California natives, and that I want organic recommendations. Otherwise, they'll give you chemical recommendations.
Yeah, you do get a choice if you want organic or conventional, and I also chose the organic recommendations. So I'm going to have to push on now. If you guys can respond to questions in the chat, that would be great. Otherwise, I hope that viewers can go visit this garden on Saturday, May the 6th in Oakland. So Lois, thank you so much. Marianne and Richard, thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to take the screen now, and Tam Starita, thank you for making that video. It was beautiful. I've seen her work before. So the Contra Costa Water District is a longtime sponsor of the Bringing Back the Natives Garden Tour, and I have really enjoyed collaborating with their dedicated and hardworking staff over the years. If you live in the Contra Costa Water District service area, you'll be pleased to know that you can receive a lawn removal rebate of $1 per square foot, up to $2,000 total. And the district rebates now allows you to get paid for removing your back lawn as well as your front. The district also has a fabulous landscape design assistance program. And in this program, customers receive a free 2-hour consultation from a professional landscape designer that will help you explore ideas and make recommendations on the layout, plants, and other features that may work in your front yard. You can visit contracostawater.com/lawn-to-garden to find out more. And to show you an example of the kind of assistance you can receive through this program, this is Dan and Lisa Wankett's garden in Concord. It was designed by Kelly Marshall, who is one of the designers available to work with you through the district's landscape design assistance program. You can visit this garden, the Wankett's garden in Concord, on Sunday, May the 7th. This is Kelly Marshall's own garden in Clayton, and you can visit Kelly's garden on Sunday, May the 7th also and chat with Kelly, who will be there to answer your questions. I'd like to ask you before I go on, if to please review the evaluations that were sent with your Zoom links and fill them out for today and yesterday. If you attended yesterday, it's really helpful for us to hear what you liked about the program. I'll be going now on a quick preview of some of the inland gardens that you can visit on Sunday, May the 7th. So this is Nancy Niemeyer's garden. I love Nancy's garden, perhaps because I love history and so does she, obviously. She's passionate about both nature and archaeology, and these interests intertwined in the development of the garden that she designed and installed, which was modeled on ancient Roman gardens. This rectangular courtyard is planted with a riot of colorful natives. It leads past this beautiful statue of this woman with her flowing hair, this sculpture, and also this black and white patterned mosaic, which was designed and created by Nancy, was modeled after mosaics that would be found in Roman gardens thousands of years ago. This garden has a fountain and pedestals that both frame the garden beds and function as seats. Nancy's native plant garden, I expect, is one of the most colorful gardens you will ever see. It has changed over the years as she experiments with plants and design. Here's another view of her side garden. And this is a lilac verbena de la mina, butterflies and moths and bees, native ladybugs, finches and quail have been seen in the garden. Rock piles provide homes for fence and alligator lizards. And this is a bush tit nest in Nancy's garden. And Nancy notes that if you see summer birds in your garden, it means they are nesting nearby. And now that she has a native plant garden, she sees almost 3 times the number of summer bird species than she did when she had a large lawn. The birds that are breeding near Nancy's garden include western bluebirds, bush tits, chickadees, hummingbirds, nuthatches, black phoebes, quail, oak titmice, and Bewick's wrens. And this is the last photo from Nancy's beautiful garden in Clayton. This is the home of Kelly Marshall and her husband, Mike Widener. Kelly is owner of Kelly Marshall Garden Design, a longtime friend and colleague of mine. When the lawns were removed, Kelly's goal was to design a mostly native garden that would be attractive and interesting each season, and that would also be acceptable to the neighbors. This is the backyard. It had the typical large lawn. This after photo was taken on last year's tour. Natives, they also have a productive vegetable garden in raised beds. Kelly, in place of the lawn, put in this beautiful native plant meadow. And if you're interested in meadows, Kelly made a video, which is on the Bringing Back the Native Garden Tours YouTube channel, about how to make a native plant meadow. She has this beautiful, restful seating area in the back garden. Doesn't that look luscious? Don't you wish you were there right now? I certainly do. And Kelly has this beautiful shallow pond, or bog, really. 40 species of birds and a plethora of butterflies and bees have been drawn to this garden by the sound of splashing water, the bog, and the diversity of native seed, berry, and pollen-bearing plants. And bluebirds nested in the garden after the lawn was removed and natives were planted. This was their bluebird box with their viewing cam. And these photos were taken in Kelly's garden. So on the left are variable checker spot caterpillars on the California bee plant, and on the right is the newly hatched checker spot butterfly. I scout my patches of bee plant regularly these days, searching for these caterpillars, and I'm sad that I haven't seen them in my own garden. Like my desire is to be able to see caterpillars chewing on my bee plant leaves. I will feel like I have really succeeded if that happens for me. This is a monarch caterpillar on the narrow leaf milkweed in Kelly's garden. This is the only plant milkweed is the only plant the monarch can lay its eggs on. If you don't yet have narrow leaf milkweed in your garden and you have a sunny spot, you can help this endangered butterfly out by getting some and not using pesticides. This is Dan and Lisa Wenke's garden in Concord, open on Sunday, May the 7th. This garden was designed by Kelly Marshall. Both the front and back gardens contain a waterfall, stream, and shallow pond, which birds love to bathe in, and Dan and Lisa love to relax by. This front garden was a typical, huge front lawn before it was converted. It's on a corner lot. This Douglas Iris photo was featured on some magazine. I can't remember which magazine it was recently, but this is Saxon Holt's photo. And this Douglas Iris were on the cover of that magazine. Dan and Lisa's garden, which contains numerous keystone species, such as 3 types of manzanita, 3 kinds of buckwheats, 3 kinds of sages, and California lilac, lupins, currants, and penstemon. In this photo on the left are seaside daisy in the foreground, the lavender one. The orange is aquatic monkey flower blooming in the pond, penstemon. On the right is a native bee on lupin. I'm pushing on quickly because I want to make up a little more time now. So this is Maria Sargent's garden in Danville, which has also been on the tour in the past. It's open Sunday, May 7th. This garden was designed and installed by Pete Vayu of East Bay Wilds. It was also a lawn and juniper before it was converted. This is just a beautiful garden. Here's hummingbird sage. I'm going to come back to share my screen now and take on a few more photos here. So let's see. Mike, I could use your help right now.
You're going to want to click on show presentation. So up at the top, you're going to see it says slideshow. So home, insert, draw, design, transitions, animations, then slideshow.
Yeah,
There you
slideshow.
go. And then on the far left, you're going to write play from current slide. So one over, there you go.
All right, thank you. I don't know how that
Welcome.
happened, everybody. Okay, so the Maria Sargent's garden has this beautiful hummingbird sage, which flourishes in shady areas. This tumbled stone path and alum root on the right. Pete is really good at pathways. This mourning dove, Maria has seen nearly 20 species of birds in her garden, including oak titmice. So Richard, you might want to mute yourself there, or Pete. Black-headed grosbeaks, nettles and acorn woodpeckers, northern flickers and hooded orioles. But Maria reports that the party starts at night when fox visit the garden. During the tour, you can check out the photos of nighttime visitors that Maria will have on display. We'll go on now to Stephanie Jones and John Kundert's Livermore garden. This was designed by Kat Weiss of Kat Weiss Garden Design. And Stephanie and John installed this garden, and they had this great poster board describing how they did it by collecting cardboard, getting free wood chips from an arborist, and then they sheet mulched, graded, laid the flagstone, built these sinuous, dry stacked Utah Sunrise retaining walls, installed drip irrigation, and planted. So if you're interested in knowing how to do these things yourself, you should come to this Livermore garden and ask the owners. The result is a show-stopping, elegant, spare, and modern garden. Their water use has been reduced by 60 to 70% since the lawn was removed. And this is comparing 2016 and 2013, but Stephanie said she's going to update her water use before the tour. The decomposed granite is gives the garden this spare, elegant look, which is very different from the cottage garden style that so many native gardens have, including my own. And I love the cottage style, but I love all this one too. It's very elegant and beautiful. There are varying shades of greens, 5 types of manzanitas, 2 kinds of California lilac, and the softer gray greens of the sages and fuchsias. And on the left is rosy buckwheat. On the right is Verbena de la Mina. I missed a photo here. Yeah, here it is. So this semicircular fire pit was incorporated into the front garden to make it easier for them to interact with their neighbors. And Stephanie and John report that they have shared homemade wine at impromptu gatherings because they have this nice gathering spot in their front garden. 2 great backbone plants for your garden, California lilac, and on the right is manzanita. And I love this garden bed with the California native fuchsia that blooms in summer or early fall. On the green home front, Stephanie and John have a 7 kilowatt solar panel system. They also have a Tesla, which Stephanie reports we love. Their total PG&E bill last year, and this included the cost of charging their car, was $290. This is Ann Chambers and Ed McAlpin's garden in Moraga. And Ann and Ed, who have attended the tour since its inception in 2005, hired 4 Dimensions Landscape Company to design and install this peaceful and productive garden. In the backyard, there was a swimming pool, lawn and Monterey pines were removed, more space for growing edibles was created, and the balance of the garden was planted with mostly native, local native plants. So let me say that I love this story about Ann and Ed. When they were listening to the Doug Tallamy talk a couple of years ago and heard about how non-native plants don't have any ecological value, Ed asked Ann, what's agapanthus? And she looked it up and said, it's from South Africa. And Ed got up in the middle of Doug Tallamy's talk and he ripped the agapanthus out of their front yard. So here's a picture of their front yard now. In a cooler moment, they have, taken out more non-natives. Here's their back garden. It has a pond and a waterfall and beautiful stonework. And Ann and Ed have a beautiful array of native plants, but they also have 30 varieties of fruit trees, including Violette de Bordeaux fig, Lamb, Abbey, Pearmain, and Spitzenberg apples, and Seckel and Comus pears, among others. So if you're interested in fruit tree gardening, you might want to make a visit here. They have beautiful seating areas, and it's really a place to enjoy this garden. And on the green home front, Ann and Ed have Tesla roof solar tiles, 2 lithium Tesla Powerwall batteries, and an induction range. You're welcome to go into the house and check out the range. And they have been investigating getting a heat pump. I'm not sure when that will be installed, but I know it's on their list of things to do, a heat pump for heating and cooling the house. We're delighted that a locally produced climate-friendly cookbook has recently been published, and you can purchase it at Ann and Ed's Garden. You'll be welcome to come into the kitchen and see how the induction range works and enjoy a taste of some of the delicious recipes from this cookbook. And I think that a couple of induction cooking, what do you call them? I don't know, examples. They'll be showing how the induction range works a couple of times just during the day. This is Nancy Wenninger's garden in Walnut Creek. This was from a poster that she made some time ago. And I see I don't have any photos, but Nancy has seen about 90 species of birds in her beautiful Walnut Creek garden. We're very lucky to have Nancy's garden back on the tour again this coming year, and I hope that you can visit it. We'll go now and hear for a moment from the Watershed Nursery, which is owned by Laura Hansen and Diana Benner. They and their team grow hundreds of species of California native plants. The Watershed Nursery is open Tuesday through Sunday from 10 to 4. You can shop in person in their large outdoor nursery, or you can place an order for curbside pickup. If you're looking for a practical gift for a friend, consider purchasing a gift certificate. You can reach them at thewatershednursery.com. And let's hear more from the Watershed Nursery now.
Greetings from the Watershed Nursery, a native plant nursery in Richmond, California. We have been providing healthy native plant material for local habitat restoration projects and private gardens for over 20 years. We specialize in source-identified plants grown 100% in-house using the top best management practices. With new species hitting our shelves every week, we have an abundance of plants to choose from. We hope you come visit us soon.
All right, so it's my pleasure now to introduce my friend and colleague, Pete Bayou. Whoops. It's my pleasure now to introduce my friend and colleague, Pete Bayou from East Bay Wilds. And Pete, let me just turn it over to you to talk about how to choose shrubs for your native plant garden.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. I'm going to share my screen with you. If you tell me how, I guess it's right here, right?
Yep, the green share arrow at the very bottom, and you press that one. Is there audio to what you're sharing, or just pictures?
It's just me talking.
Okay, lovely. So then you don't need to click the bottom left share video. So then just find whatever it is that you want to share.
Okay.
And then click the blue share button in the right-hand corner.
Oops, wait, I have to do that first. Share.
Mm-hmm.
open system preferences.
No, not quite. Okay, so go back to your Zoom screen, the one that you see my face on.
Okay.
Okay, do you see my
Yeah.
face?
Yeah.
Okay, so at the bottom, you'll see a green button that says share screen.
Yeah.
Okay, click that. And
Yeah.
then you'll have a system dialog that has little tiny icons of all of the different screens that are open on your computer. So find the icon that looks like the slideshow you're trying to share.
It's not showing any of them.
Okay, what is it showing?
It just says opens. It says allow Zoom to share your screen. Open
Yes.
system preferences. Open
Ah,
system-
so it sounds like you may have set your system up so that it doesn't allow that. Any chance you could email me the presentation and I'll click through for you, rather than have you have to go
there's no
through and
way.
redo your system preferences in front of 215 people.
Sure. I guess I can. do
Let's
that.
see, Jessica, I wonder, is it possible for me to like take back the screen for a couple of moments?
Yeah,
And,
absolutely.
we can answer some questions from people while.
That'd be
you
great.
and
So
Pete
Pete, I just put
set
my
up.
email in the chat there, and I'll get it all ready if you send it over to me.
It's just a link. Okay, it's a link.
Even
send
easier, just drop it in the chat, but I'll let Kathy take over the screen for the couple minutes while I get it ready for you.
Okay, and then on the chat.
Okay, so let me see what is here. I'm gonna go past this. So
I don't see where to send it.
let's see. Let me go. Mike, can you help me?
So
Sure.
Pete, in the bottom of your screen, you'll see the
I
word
want the
chat,
Come back.
and you're going to
Yeah.
click on it, and
I
then that's where you'll put it into the little box on
Oh,
the
I see it.
right-hand side.
I did there. Okay, there. And that's the first slide.
Okay, and then it looks like you made a Flickr album.
Yes.
Okay, great. So Kathy, I'm ready to walk through it. And Pete, just say next or slide or something like that. Will that work for you?
Okay. The first
Okay.
one.
Wait, we're not quite there yet.
Okay.
Hold your horses.
There we go. And now you
Okay, so let me get it nice and big. I've just never done this using Flickr before.
see there's a little. You go first of all to make it full screen, and then you go to click on these little arrows.
How about that? Does that look good? Can you see what you want to see?
Yeah, I mean it works fine. Sure. Okay. Thank you for that. Okay, so click next. Okay, I'm covering mostly, I tried to do mostly local native plants for this presentation. And next, here's a list of most of the ones I'm doing, but next. Okay, and I wanted to show a few that these are things that I'm not really going to be covering. And the reason is, this is one of my favorite plants to use in the garden. It's the cobweb thistle. And it does look like a large shrub. It grows quickly into that, but it is a biennial. So it's not, doesn't provide structure for the garden. Next, I'm focused, and ferns are another one that I'm just not covering them in this, even though they do provide, sometimes they can provide the same as shrubbery. Same with grasses. Next. And then these here, this is the plumage purple aster. They die to the ground each year, so that's not permanent structure to the garden. So I wouldn't be covering these type of things. So next, yarrow, same thing, dies to the ground. It doesn't provide any structure. So next. And then there's trees. A lot of trees fall in that in between category between shrub and tree. A good garden for me has it has trees, shrubs, ground covers, perennials, grasses, and annuals. I like to use all of those in all the gardens that we do. And a garden doesn't feel finished until it has a little bit of each of those. This is a buckeye, by the way, in the wintertime at the Oakland Museum. Okay, next. This is a garden that we did about 12, 13 years ago in Castro Valley. And this garden has a lot of shrubs in it. And we used we used a lot of manzanitas for one thing. Some unusual shrubs in here too. But manzanitas, there's 17 different manzanita species in this one garden, front yard garden. Next. And these ones I'm showing you just a few pictures of the layout of these gardens. This is one that was a collaboration. Well, it was actually Allery Middlebrook and us that did this garden over 15 years. It's in San Francisco. And a good garden has color, textures, shapes, good composition, and is very aware of proportion. That's really about the mature sizes of plants. Next. So I'm showing you mostly mature gardens. This is a mature garden here with the wax myrtle on the left, a really tall, like 22-foot high wax myrtle, and then a manzanita on the right, mature manzanita, lots of other things. Next. So these are just about composition. So this is about composition too. Some of these things would be covered, like the buckwheat on the left there would be considered a shrub. The other things die to the ground pretty much. Next. So here's more, this is composition and structure that I'm talking about. So this is permanent structure using a lot of manzanitas as well as other things in this garden. So next. And here's another one. This one is in San Mateo. This garden has a really good combination of shrubs, trees, and annuals, as well as perennials in it. Next. And this is the same garden. Next. And then these are ground covers that they can be ground covers and they can be shrubs. So they're in between. There's no, nature doesn't follow the rules that we follow. So next. Okay, once again, composition and proportion is good in this. So next. Okay, and then this shows how grasses can act also as they're not year round. They don't have the plumes year round on these, and they get messy at a certain time, and every now and then they need to be cut back. Whereas other things die to the ground here, and other things stay there all year long, like the buckwheats and the silver carpet sand aster is pretty much year round as well. Nice and flat plant. So next. Okay, next. This is for the coyote bush. This is a Pigeon Point coyote bush at the Oakland Museum that we put in about 12-15 years ago. Shows how really big they get. This is like easily 12-14 feet across. And it's really important when people are doing their gardens, when they start their gardens, when they're doing it themselves, particularly pay attention to what mature sizes are going to be. And in the beginning, it's going to look spare, but that's okay, because you want plants to have enough room to grow to their mature sizes without trying to prune them all the time to try to squeeze them into a smaller size. So, and I've seen a lot of gardens also where things are planted kind of willy-nilly without thought as to what the composition and proportion will be. So next. This is the coyote bush again. Next. This is a local plant. That's the same thing. Coyote bush with a bunch of different things. Now this is the golden bush. Next, this is the golden fleece. Excuse me. This is a local native that I found in the Oakland Hills before. It's not very common, but it's very, very beautiful, especially at the end of summer when everything else is beginning to look a little bit brown. This turns brilliant chartreuse green. Next. Next. Yeah, and this is it in the wild here. They can get quite tall, 6-7 feet tall. And then they have the very bright green leaves when everything is turning kind of really dry in the end of summer. And then they have the yellow flowers all over them around August, September. So next. Here it is again. It's just a beautiful plant that I never see in gardens except for the few that we've planted. And I realize this is one in a garden that we planted, a little baby one. Next. Here it is again. It's a great butterfly attractor. But really where golden fleece lives, and I've found that they really come alive at night. California has very extreme conditions, and the full sun conditions are very, very different than full shade conditions here. The temperature is just wildly variable here. And at night is when a lot of our pollinators come out. This area where I took this photo, we've actually had to use goggles at night because there's so many bugs flying around. It's just the insect apocalypse, or the insect heaven. Next. Here it is again. See how large it gets on the side of the road. Next. It's a very tough plant. Now we're going to go into buckwheats. Buckwheats are really a very important shrub. They're all shrubs. They all stay at least partially evergreen above the ground. And then when they flower, the flowers are beautiful, but even after the flowers dry. Next, we're going to go through these kind of quickly. Next. Okay, this is the local one. This is a nudum, Eriogonum nudum, the naked stem buckwheat. Next. Some more of it close up. Very, very small little balls of flowers on these, but it's a fantastic pollinator plant, loaded with pollinators. Next. That's the same, the nudum. Next. And then this is this one is a polifolium. Excuse me, it's the cliff buckwheat you see a lot in Monterey County and South. It does do very, very well around here too, and it makes really nice big pillows that are like 6 to 8 feet across, and then they get covered with these flowers for a very long time, starting at the beginning of summer. Next. This is a really beautiful one we love to use, the Conejo buckwheat. It has beautiful white foliage and sulfur yellow flowers. This does very well around here too. Next, that's a California buckwheat. California buckwheat with I'm not sure which butterfly, California sister maybe, or lady, American lady maybe. I'm not sure. Next. Okay, this is a California buckwheat. This is a local. It does grow even here in Oakland. And it's a beautiful, beautiful shrub. They can get quite large. The straight species, this is the straight species here. It gets to 6-7 feet across easily and about 3 feet tall. So you have to leave room for it, but it does very well and it matures pretty quickly compared to a lot of plants. So, and the flowers last pretty much all summer, and then they turn brown. Next. And this is the Shasta sulfur buckwheat. It's from the Sierra, but it's a really nice one too. It's one that we have in stock at my nursery right now. Next. There's more California buckwheats. This is how they get very large. Next. And this is St. Catherine's lace. It's not a local native, but it's a beautiful, beautiful shrub for the garden that changes. I really like shrubs which change throughout the year. So they look different at different times of the year. They look very different and have a very different look. So next, this is how it looks right now. The flowers, the buds are just coming out and has this very blue-gray glaucous color leaf. And it can be 4 feet tall, 5 feet tall even, and 6 feet wide, 8 feet wide even. So next. That's the flower as it's going by. Next. That's the flower also on the St. Catherine's lace. Next. And it's and then when the flowers dry, they have a chocolate light color and the foliage gets very, very white at that time. So you have this chocolate color and white. And it's really not a dead brown. It's more of a russet, rich brown. So next. This is the Conejo buckwheat, which I love to use in gardens. Next. More Shasta sulfur. Next. And this is the Conejo buckwheat when it's not in flower and it's growing with winter glow manzanita. This is a ground cover manzanita that turns this beautiful bronzy red color. And it can stay that color year round too. In the beginning, we thought it was just in the winter that it would turn that color, but it ended up staying that color pretty much year round. Gets more orange in the winter for sure. But I love the combination of the textures and colors of that white foliage with this bronzy leaf. And that bronzy leaf, the winter glow, is very flat. It's only like 3 inches tall, 4 inches tall. So next. Okay, more Shasta sulfur. Next. And there are many, many, many other buckwheats. Buckwheats and penstemons are the most proliferous genera in California plants. And there's so many of them that have not been tried yet. And we're always experimenting with them. Some of them have leaves that turn beautiful orange red in the winter time. So they make a really nice orange red carpet in the winter. And then the flowers come out. And some of them, the flowers are close to the leaves, and other ones, they can stand 2 feet tall with all these little pom-poms on top. Next. This is the California buckwheat in the wild here. Next. More California buckwheat. Next. This is the Conejo buckwheat in a pot that I've had for about 10 years in a pot. Next. And then this is a good, you can go to the next one. This is one that we've been trying to propagate as much as possible. It's a really low, the flowers are really low on it and they tend to cascade. It's a red buckwheat. It's Eriogonum rubescens, but it's one that just happens to have very short stems and they tend to cascade. Next. And then these are a bunch of different buckwheats. I like to use many different buckwheats together in a garden. And the white plant in the upper left is the Artemisia californica, or the the coastal sage, or I guess they're calling it California sagebrush now, which is a little confusing because we have another whole group of plants that are related called sagebrushes, but I call it coastal sage. But this particular one is called Montara, and it's neat, stays small, has a nice horizontal branching pattern. Whereas the straight species is just great if you have a really big garden. And it's great if you can coppice it now and then, cut it down. I'll get into that a little bit more in a bit. But these are a bunch of different buckwheats and sages and the coastal sage growing together. Next. More red buckwheat. And then up in the upper right, that's the latifolium. That's another local one. That's the coast buckwheat. Next. Has nice white leaves on that one and rosy colored flowers. This is the Ella Nelson's yellow, which is a type of Eriogonum nudum, I believe. Next. And then here's more of the local, the coast buckwheat, the latifolium. Next. And this is a combination of red buckwheats and the coast buckwheat, and they tend to interbreed. It's what we call it promiscuous. They tend to cross very easily, and buckwheats are one of those that cross very easily, and you'll get all kinds of surprises with them, with the new ones that come in. Next. This is the Santa Cruz Island buckwheat. This is a beautiful shrub, and it does best in part shade, part sun. Whereas the other buckwheats, for siting them, generally you pick the hottest, driest part of your garden for the buckwheats. They love heat and they really perform with heat. But this one, the Santa Cruz Island one, does pretty well in partial shade, does very well in partial shade. So next. And this is one of the crosses you get. The salmon colored one is one of the crosses we got in our garden. Next. More buckwheats. The yellow, Ella Nelson's yellow on the front left. Next. And this is more of the coastal sage. Next. More of the California buckwheat. And these are all very, very important. Next. And more mixed. Next. And this is, and you can see a little bit of the layout we did. Paths are very important in the layout, that when we first do a garden, design a garden, we do decide where the paths are going to be and the access points to the garden so that people can enter the garden, whether it's the homeowner or whether it's, it might be a partially public garden or many different ways, but different access points are good to have. Just, it's very inviting to see paths and to plan those in carefully. And the buckwheats here, the buckwheats before they flower, they make a nice little ground cover in the lower right there. Okay, next. And now the sages. Here's a Poso Blue sage. Poso Blue is a natural hybrid between Clevelandii and the purple sage. Next. And then this is a purple sage, the white plant there. And this is in the winter. I'm showing you in the winter so that you can see that this one is one of the few sages that looks really good really pretty decent year round, even in the middle of winter when a lot of the sages just look completely dead. The Cleveland sage is next. Cleveland sage, this is also a purple sage. This one is Amethyst Bluff. I really like Amethyst Bluff and the Point Sal spreader. Point Sal spreader, you can make a really nice 2 or 3 foot high hedge with. Just naturally forms a beautiful hedge. And this year, because of the rain, I guess, it's just completely covered with these flowers, the pink flowers. Next. More, next. That's Amethyst Bluff. And also I like to plant closer together, plants that are generally going to be the same size. And here we have the purple sage, a Pajaro manzanita, and a Joyce Coulter, excuse me, ceanothus, all growing together. And I just love the look when they grow, when plants of the same size grow together. Eventually, the manzanita is going to get bigger here. The ceanothus will too, and they'll dominate much more. Next. Here's a Cleveland sage. The Cleveland sage. It's so beautiful for just a short period of time year round, and it's a major magnet for all kinds of pollinators. Next. Here it is again. Well, this is the Poso blue. Next. Another one, this is another Cleveland sage, but I wanted to mention one that I don't have a photo of here, and that's Darris Choice. Darris Choice is is mostly black sage, which is a local native. And that one does really great in the shade as well as in the sun, as long as it's bright shade or partial shade. And you get these nice big green mounds that look pretty decent year round too. So those two really, the Darris Choice and the purple sages are really good for year round structure and beauty. Next. Here's a Winifred Gilman sage, which is a smaller Cleveland sage, smaller, about 4 feet around. Next. And then here's another, this is, I think, a Whirly Blue, I think. I'm not sure. I don't remember. Next. And here's Sonoma sage. Sonoma sage is local and it's really beautiful. But it's a little bit difficult to grow. Sages in general are for full sun, but there are a few for partial shade. This is one of them. Sorry. But this is one of them that does best where it's partial shade, not full sun. Sonoma sage, it's nice and flat. It's a beautiful plant. Next. Here it is again, the Sonoma sage. I think one of these days, if we keep trying them, we're going to find one that's really hardy and does well in the garden. And that's something to think about also, that a lot of the non-natives that we use in gardens were developed in Europe and Asia, where they've been exploring and using their native plants for thousands of years. And so they have all these selections that do really great in the garden and are really vigorous in the garden. But in California, we don't have that. We have actually very short period of time relatively that we've been exploring and using California native plants in the garden. So we have a lot to learn, and there's a lot out there that we have not yet found. So next. Here's another sage. This is at the Oakland Museum. This is a hummingbird sage overflowing, and hummingbird sage has the most wonderfully fragrant leaves on them. When you first plant them, they grow kind of upright and they look like they just want to get really tall and big, and they can be up to 3 feet tall in the beginning. And then, believe it or not, they get shorter after that as they spread horizontally. And they do make a nice, really fragrant ground cover for partial shade also. Next. It's more of the hummingbird sage. Next. More. Next. The flowers are really beautiful and hummingbirds do love them. Next. And I do like, this is another Sonoma sage. Next. Yeah, here's an important one. I've only got a couple pictures of this. A lot of people, there's certain questions people always ask me. One of them are for plants to screen, to give you a good evergreen screen, to screen off an area that you just don't want to look at a lot. Might be a neighbor who's not so nice, or it might be just some equipment, some that you just don't want to be looking at all the time. This is the holly leaf cherry. This is the local form. The holly leaf cherry, and then there's the island cherry. The island cherry has flatter leaves that are really big, and that one grows very, very tall very quickly. This one grows slower. But they can both grow very big. They can grow into trees that can be limbed up, or you can just keep them. You can prune them like a hedge that can be up to 10 feet tall easily. The island one, 15 feet tall. Next. Excuse me. I've had some asthma lately. And then we're flipping to, this is an elderberry. Next. I love elderberries. This is a blue elderberry flowering. They have these greenish yellow flowers that eventually they'll turn pretty white. And then you get the blueberries. Next. This is a fantastic wildlife plant. This is one in the wild. And they're generally shrubs, but they can be easily trees too. If any of you went to my nursery before when we were in Castro Valley, there was a very, very large tree in the very center of the nursery back then. And it was 60 feet across, and it was an elderberry, a blue elderberry. But that's the largest one on record that I could find. So next. They have a tangle of multi-stems usually. Some people like to grow them as a standard or as a single stem. I don't. I like the multiple stems like this. And anytime they look ratty, which they can, they're very, very fast growing. And if they look ratty, you just cut them down. Next, right to the ground. It's called coppicing. And it's a really wonderful technique that you can use with a lot of things. But it works fantastic with elderberry, works great with the coastal sage, particularly the local one that, not the selection, which can get huge. Next. Here's a red elderberry. These are great for moisture areas where there's some underground moisture. Very beautiful plant with red berries that the birds just love. Next. Next, yeah. Then this is the blue elderberry. These are the berries on the blue elderberry. Very, very plush looking. I made elderberry pie last year. It was kind of a disaster, but it actually tasted really good. So next. Next. Yeah, next. This is the elderberry. You can see the structure of an elderberry. It's deciduous, so it has no leaves in the wintertime. But you can see the structure and those sweeping branches, the way the sweeping branches, that you can really recognize them year round by that sweeping branches. So next. Or I guess arching branches would be better. Here's a wild one. Next. Another one. Next. Another blue elderberry. Next. And now I'm going to cover the honeysuckles. The honeysuckles, sometimes they're a vine, sometimes they're, but I really think they're more of a sprawling shrub that likes to hang on other things and fences, and you can trellis them really nicely. They do like to get into some direct sun, but not more than like an hour or two a day of direct sun. And then you'll get good flowers like this, especially if you give them a little extra water. Next. This is the chaparral honeysuckle. This one actually does create a vine, and it does climb trellises really, really well. And anywhere you want a vine, this is a pretty good vine to use. So it gets covered with these little whitish flowers that the hummingbirds and many, many birds and insects love. Next. This is the California honeysuckle. Next. It's native to the hills here, same. And I love they have different shaped leaves, and the leaves closest to the flowers are these huge, they're not even auriculate, they just wrap around the stem. They're really interesting leaves. Next, they're cup shaped too. This is the twinberry honeysuckle. This forms it can be quite a large shrub. Next. Another chaparral honeysuckle. Next. This is a twinberry honeysuckle that has been espaliered on a house. This is by Andrea, another gardener. but this is espalier against house. This is twinberry honeysuckle. Next. This is the orange honeysuckle, which is found in far northern California, but it's a beautiful honeysuckle to use. Needs a little water, extra water in the garden, and it does best with, just a fair amount of sun. I'd say half a day of sun. Next, more orange honeysuckle. Next.
Pete, I'm just going to give you about a 3-minute warning.
Oh, really? Oh, wow. Okay, let's go through quickly. Next. More honeysuckle. Next. Next, it's the twinberry. This is the chaparral. Next. Okay, next. Okay, ceanothus. This is the centennial ceanothus here on the ground, and a monkey flower here. On the left, a red monkey flower, but this ceanothus centennial makes a nice carpet. Next. This is another one that makes a nice carpet. This is the Hearst Ranch ceanothus with beautiful blue flowers, and this is a ground cover, a very fast growing ground cover. Next. This is the same one, the Hearst Ranch one. Next. And this is one of the local white ones, or deer brush. Next. This is Joyce Coulter, which is a nice sky blue color. Next. And I like the combination. Next. Next. That's a wild. This is Concha, one of my favorites. This one doesn't get too big. It gets about 5 feet tall by about 6 feet wide. Has a really nice shape to it. I love using this one in gardens. I use it in almost every garden. Next. Some of them can get really huge. Next. This tree on the left-hand side here is a Ray Hartman ceanothus, and it's about 18 feet, maybe 20 feet tall. Next. Dogwoods. Next. The dogwoods, red twig dogwood. On the bottom here, you see the red twigs, and in the back, you see, I think they're alders. And this is in Point Reyes, but I love red twig dogwood, and it really does well on shady parts of the house, like along an edge. You can make tunnels in it. And even though it's deciduous, next, the leaves turn beautiful colors. There it is again. And it gets quite large. It's a large shrub. Next, flowers, and it attracts a lot of wildlife. And it's really very carefree if you site it right. Otherwise, give it a little bit of water every couple of weeks, and it keeps it happy. Next, the fall colors are spectacular on it. That's the red one there. Next, that's the fall color on them. They get these salmon-y red colors. Next, and the red twigs. Next, this is one we planted at the museum recently. Next. There's the flowers of it. Next. There are other dogwoods too that you can use. This is one of the Ribes speciosum, or it's the fuchsia flowering gooseberry. And it's a really great wildlife plant and very, very prickly. So site it carefully. Next. Next. That's the color of the foliage in the summer. Next. And this is for a fair amount of shade. This one grows in too. Next. And it does grow well under oaks. So next. Now manzanitas. This is the Mount Diablo manzanita. I'm not going to get into manzanitas a lot because I have on previous videos, but I wanted to just show a few. Next. That's a Dr. Hurd. Next. This is the Morro Bay, has a very white leaf, the Morro Bay manzanita. Next. This is one of the rare ones. This is the Santa Lucia manzanita. It's extremely rare. Next. And this is the Big Sur manzanita, which I love, which flowers like crazy and stays a nice garden size, about 4 feet tall, 6-7 feet wide. Next. And you can prune them up really nicely into little trees. So how are we doing?
I'm going to give you like a 30-second wrap up time, and then we're going to have to move on, sadly.
Okay, yeah. Well, there's lots more. There's lots more shrubs, but really, I hope that you do pay attention to the mature sizes of plants, and don't plant things too close to the edges, and don't just plant them willy-nilly. Look for the, and try to get the full range of sizes of plants in there, and really think about what they're going to be like when they're mature, because it's a lot different than when they're little. So I guess that's it. Thank you.
All right, so I want to say a few things before we part from Pete. First, that Pete has just been such a great colleague for all these years. He's a beautiful designer. He does consultations, he does landscape design, installation, maintenance. He owns East Bay Wilds in Oakland, and if you haven't been there, it's a terrific nursery to go to. It's open on Fridays from I think 9:30 to 4, but also Pete always participates in the native plant extravaganzas. And the next one is coming up on Saturday, April 29th, when you could go to East Bay Wilds on Saturday. And Pete will be there to answer your questions, and a percentage of the plants that you purchase that day will go to support the tour. Pete is an expert on gardening with natives in containers, if you have an interest or questions about that. He's a beautiful photographer. You can see his work on Flickr, on Pete. If you go to his website, you can link to Flickr. I think I even have the link on the Find a Designer page. If you want to find Pete, you can go to the Bring You Back to Native Garden Tours Find a Designer page. There's his contact information. I think I have his Flickr link. And underneath his contact information are links to the gardens that he has designed that have been on the tour, so you can really see a portfolio of his work. Pete has also done a really great presentation on manzanitas, and you can see that presentation on the Garden Tours YouTube channel by searching. So I want to say, I wish we could just stick with you and look at your beautiful photos like for the longest time. Maybe one day we'll just do like your special, like a special like off tour presentation that's like just you, and then we could really spend all the time we want. But at this moment, we have to go. Pete, can you answer some questions online? Can you stick with us?
Sure.
Okay, good. So let me see here. Thank you so much, Pete, for coming, and you look very rested after your nice vacation in Mexico.
Thank you. I feel good.
Okay, why don't you mute yourself now, and I'm going to push on. So that was a great presentation. I wish we could have stayed with Pete longer, but we're going to hear for a moment from the Clean Water Program, Alameda County. So you may know already, or you may not, that water from rainstorms that enters the storm drain system carries pollutants that can harm creeks in the bay. If you use pesticides in your yard and then you water them in, they wash off, they flow down the street into the storm drain, into creeks, killing fish and wildlife on the way, and into the bay. So eliminating pesticide use is a great thing that you can do for the environment, and keeping the rainwater that falls on your property on site is another great thing that you can do. We'll hear now from our sponsor, the Clean Water Program in Alameda County.
Water runs off our buildings, driveways, and sidewalks. It runs off our yards and gardens. It runs down the street and into the storm drains, carrying pesticides, litter, soap, and motor oil. Then it flows into creeks and the bay. You can prevent this pollution by using less toxic garden products and washing your car at a car wash instead of the driveway. Only rain should go down the storm drain. Learn more at cleanwaterprogram.org.
All right, thank you very much. I'm going to go quickly into an introduction of my friend, Stephanie Preugel, who's going to be giving the talk, Keep Your Garden Green Longer with a Rain Garden. Hi, Stephanie.
Hey, Kathy. Thank you. Let's go ahead. I just rewatching that little plug for the Clean Water Program. I noticed, it was so much about pollution, and it still is. And it is also now about just conserving water and keeping it on site so we can recharge the soil and have that water for our plants and recharge the water table. So I'm going to share my screen and get into my presentation. Just a second. No, that's the wrong one. Here we are. So I'm going to talk today about rain gardens, and the one you see here on the slide is actually a garden that's on the tour on May 6th, so you can go see it in Pinole. We're going to talk about all the gardens that have rain garden features and are on the tour. So give a preview of those. And if you're interested, come see them in person. But before we get into the actual rain gardens, I want to take us back just for a moment to that crazy winter we had with all the terrible flooding and damage that happened in urban areas, agricultural areas, traffic mayhem, and just kind of foreshadowing what is probably not going to be very isolated or just a once in a century, but kind of more of a standard thing, and where the kind of infrastructure we've had to deal with rainwater and what we call stormwater or runoff doesn't work anymore. You see here a storm drain. You can't even see the storm drain because it's so flooded. Sandbags are kind of washing up against it, and mud and pollutants. So the system is overwhelmed. And one reason for that is that we have not allowed rainwater to get into the soil the natural way. So when it really, really rains, like we've had those atmospheric rivers, then it really fails. So you see on the left here, what's in a natural area, the water that rains down can largely infiltrate or soak into the soil. There's sort of two types, some more shallow infiltration that's more available to the roots. The deep infiltration is what really recharges groundwater that we often hear about, that we've pumped out to such large amounts that even areas are sinking because it's been so depleted. So because we are more like that area on the right, like urban areas, even where we have our gardens, it's largely sealed off. There's on average, and often it's like 75, even 100% impervious. So basically concrete and streets and roofs and buildings and structures on top of it, so that on average, there might just be 15% of the water that comes down that goes into the ground and recharges the groundwater or feeds our plants. The rest runs off. Some of it evaporates. So 55% runoff typically in the city. So it goes into storm drains, as Kathy said, and we saw in that little video. It then actually goes directly into creeks and the bay and surface lakes and wetlands. This is actually from the Berkeley shoreline, one of those outfall pipes where the water comes out. So that's sort of the pollution issue, but of course also the flooding and just losing that water. With all this rainwater, we know we're going to have a dry summer again, and there it goes all off into the bay. It's also often an issue with our properties. I hope all of you guys watching have not had major damage with the storms. I have friends who have had the property like flooding, water coming in, erosion. When it comes down in a large amount close to your foundation, that's a problem. So the solutions here are to really try as much to keep rainwater on site. And this sort of little graphic here is actually Clean Water Program Alameda County. They put out a brochure. It's also on their website, and just pointing out what are the ways to keep rainwater on site. There's trees, they soak up water from saturated soil more than if you just have lawn or very small plants. So that's something I sometimes forget. Rain gardens we're going to talk about today. The number 3 here goes to disconnected downspouts. So many properties can't even get to the downspouts. They go directly into the storm drain system. You'd have to disconnect, sometimes unbury them to capture that rainwater that falls on your roof. There's rain barrels, maybe one of the more known ways to keep water on site. And one very little known one is pervious surfaces, where instead of paving your driveway, you have permeable pavers where in between the cracks or through the whole paver, water can penetrate into the ground. We are going to talk about rain gardens today. But here's a picture of my tanks and cisterns, the rainwater tanks. I want to say, great way to keep rainwater on site, but as you can see, it takes a lot you have to have space, you have a stable ground surface or create one for these heavy tanks to sit on. They're not cheap. And I want to say, if you have tanks, which is a great thing, you still may want to consider a rain garden for the overflow. I'll talk a little more about that. So rain gardens are essentially landscaped areas that are designed to receive water that runs off typically your roof through the gutter or comes off of paved surfaces, especially if your property is on a slope. You may have seen that. And those areas then capture that water. They're often lined with rocks to prevent erosion where that water enters the area, and then allows it to sit there and slowly get into the soil. So it's a pretty straightforward concept. And you might have heard the slogan, slow it, spread it, sink it. So slowing it with those rocks as it comes gushing out, you sort of break the velocity. You kind of put rocks in its way, so it has to slow down. It can't erode as much. It kind of stays more on site. And you give it more space to sit there, not rush down to the storm drain and then sink in. That's what you want. You want to use your garden soil as a sponge, essentially. It's sort of your underground tank equivalent, if you will. They come in very different shapes and forms. So the one you see in the picture is more sort of, often in the middle, there's the rocky or gravelly area surrounded by plants. I'll show you before I go into more shapes where that water typically comes from. So this is my house, and I would love to have a rain garden. I don't have one yet, which is also part of why I wanted to do this presentation. But you see the gutter coming down there right now. It just drains into my landscape, kind of concentrated in one area. It doesn't flow off the property, but it would be nice to spread it out more. And then on the right, the photo is of my overflow from my rainwater tanks. And I have 3,000 gallons, which is a lot. But with those very heavy rains we've had, they way overflowed. So the overflow, that white pipe coming down, is currently connected to kind of a drain pipe, flex pipe, goes into the garden. But I have to sort of move it around to not concentrate it too much in one spot. So rain garden here is my next step. Here's, you may or may not be able to see this, a very sloped property. This is before the homeowner put in a rain garden and just, remove the lawn in general. But you can see how it slopes downhill. If you have heavy rain, it'll just be on the sidewalk and in the curb running off. So the sort of general anatomy of a rain garden, that sort of is this cross section here, is again fairly straightforward. It's basically a depression in the landscape. Often there's amended soil at the bottom, especially if you have a slow draining clay soil. You may want to have an amended layer with compost mixed in before you start planting. The place where the water comes in, say from your overflow from rain tanks or such, often has rocks to prevent erosion. And you also want to think about an outflow. So if that should fill up and it's a really crazy rainstorm, does it have somewhere to go? So that's just a basic concept. And now to rain gardens and how they look so varied. So in this one here, you see the gravelly area sort of in the middle of the photo, and it's hard to see that it's actually a depression. Typically, rain gardens are 1.5 feet or so, 1 foot to 1.5 feet below the area around it. So it does go down there, collects there usually where gravel is. And then plants, we'll get a bit more into that. The ones that are closest to the area where it sits the longest until it absorbs fully are plants that are fine with that don't mind, actually like wet feet, like rushes you see here in the picture. And then toward the berm and the more upper areas, you choose can be more drought favoring plants, or just a lot of plants that really are fine with either. But the rain gardens don't have to be kind of oval shaped or roundish. There can also be rain gardens sort of adjacent to a walkway that is maybe sloped, gets a lot of runoff. And here on the left, that water then would flow into that gravelly area, and this kind of dry stream bed that looks beautiful when it's dry, but when it rains, that is then an actual mini creek in your yard that meanders in a way that the water has time to absorb in between those rocks. Let's see here. Here's another version. This is actually in a side strip. So you see those boulders in around the middle long stretched part. That's the lowest lying part. I'm not sure where the downspout or how it feeds in there, but that's an option too. Whatever you choose, if you try this on for size for your own yard, there are a few rules you want to think about. You should be at least 10 feet from any building foundation. And that's just because you don't want water sitting near your foundation. And obviously you want to be downslope from the source of water, so from your roof, from your gutter, to receive that water. Where your rain garden is, that should not be on a slope. So, it comes down a slope, but then that should be a fairly flat area just so it can actually receive that water at level. And well-draining soil is best. If it's not well draining, you may want to do a test. There's tests to see how well your soil drains. Amendments can help with that. Now, about the size. So there's sort of a rule of thumb. If you think about, say, oh, I want to get the water from a certain area of roof and maybe has one downspout, and that downspout goes into your rain garden, you want to think about 4% of that roof size, roughly. And of course, if your soil is less quick to absorb water, you might want to make it a little larger, but that's just sort of a general guideline for a not super deep rain garden. This one, 6 inches, often they can be deeper. So if we put that into a little more sort of graphic interpretation here, like say you have a 20 by 25 feet roof area, 500 square feet. So 4% of that is what you see here, the little green tile. The ratio here, that would be the size of your rain garden. That would be at least 20 square feet to receive the water from that size of roof. And as I've looked into rain gardens that we have here and that are going to be on the tour and that I want to share, most of them have had landscaper help. And but I have also seen rain gardens that are DIY, that are designed by folks themselves. Here's sort of the basic steps would be that you lay out the shape, often they're sort of kidney shaped or, long, depending on your available space. You dig out at least 6 inches of soil, level out the edges. If you, depending on the quality of your soil, you want to mix in compost into the bottom 12 inches, it's quite a bit, so be prepared to dig a bunch, and line it with rocks where water comes in for sure. And rocks in the center are also pretty common and look very nice. So before we go into examples, just briefly covering the types of plants generally that work for rain gardens. There's just such a variety. I had a really hard time just giving some succinct examples, so you can see they can be super colorful. I've just picked 3 for each of those general zones. So if you think about the bottom, that has the most, that's where the water might be standing the longest or sitting or just being kind of moist and saturated. So rushes are really great. There's yerba manzar that does very well there. Bunch of other bunch grasses like California black flowering sedge looks beautiful, the caryxis. So those would be sort of your bottom plants. More toward the middle are plants that like moisture. You have here like the dogwood. Pete showed a bunch of beautiful dogwoods. They have the red twigs when the leaves are gone. Scarlet monkeyflower, unlike the bush monkeyflower, actually likes moisture, so that's a good one. And then irises also thrive in that still pretty moist area. More toward the top, I realized I forgot to swap out the ceanothus picture. So don't put the dogwood there. You want plants that are a little more drought tolerant, like the rest of your garden potentially. Ceanothus works, the bush monkeyflower works, and the California fuchsia is a great choice there. They're pretty hardy. Let me show you a few gardens that have been on the tour. The next couple are not on the live tour, in-person tour on May 6th, but you can look at them, read the descriptions, check out the photos, learn about them on the Bringing Back the Natives website. And I'll show in a later slide where you find that. Here's Dale Walford's garden in Castro Valley. This is a before picture, and it's so interesting because he has a sloped front yard where the lawn was. That is where water would run off and probably ended up on the sidewalk. He put in this rain garden, and you see it sort of a little more from the side. There's this depression where the gravel is. That is now where the water gathers and has time to absorb into the ground and not run off. So it recharges the ground, stays on site. Here's a view of it from a bit more off to the side. You see the fuchsias. He has verbena, the green, juicy looking ground cover there, that's coyote bush. And another really fantastic rainwater catchment garden is Lorraine Kalichis in San Ramon. And this is especially something for rock lovers. She really made sort of the issue of runoff into a design element and just went all out on rocks and their beauty. I even looked up the kind of rocks she used. It's smooth Noya cobblestones, Lodi pebbles, and yellow moss rock, and Calistoga boulders. So they all combine to create a really beautiful landscape that's also super functional. So I'll show you just a few pictures and then show you where the water runs. So this is going off next to the walkway. You don't see how much the depression actually is there in these pictures, but I'm going to point it out where the circle is. This is the first picture. There's the downspout. So then just like a meandering creek, that water comes along the pebbles and in that sort of at least a foot deep creek bed, dry creek bed here, and just travels along, absorbs along the way, feeds the plants. Here's the other picture where it kind of comes a bit around the corner and slopes down with the landscape, sort of blocked by more boulders, so it really slows down and has time to absorb. Her walkway also is sloped, and here's an example of where it just runs right off the walkway and into this rain garden area to the right. So highly recommended to check out those pictures online. There's a few more, and she has a beautiful video that really shows you well how this could be designed. So a real win here for design, even if you thought you needed to deal with runoff. I'm now going to go to the gardens that are actually on the tour this year. There's 4 of them. I hope you can check at least one of them out on May 6th. That's Saturday. I'll come back to the slide if you want to write it down, but we're going to look at Jen and Roland Mather's garden in Pinole. You saw that at for the cover. They have a 1/4 of an acre property. It's fairly sloped, sort of drains toward the street. And here is the about 10 by 15 feet large rain garden in the front. And I learned from Jen that this is where pretty much all of the runoff from their property goes. They have a few rainwater tanks, so the overflow also comes into here, but this is sort of a workhorse of a rain garden. It really takes a lot of water over the rainy season. This is what it looked like before. You can see the sloping and of course the much less attractive lawn. So here the arrows show you where the water comes in. So from the left, it runs off from the sloped walkway directly into that lower lying area. You see from the right here, barely visible, there's actually a pipe. So they have hidden drain pipes. So this is fairly engineered. And I want to say Jen is a landscape architect and she specializes in this kind of work, green infrastructure, as it's also called, basically engineering these rain gardens and rain garden features. So they have French drains around the house that also send water here. They have, what else? Another gutter that goes direct here. And that brown part you see here comes from probably the most amount from the French drains and from behind the house, from the patio. Here are their 2 rainwater tanks, I think 1,000 gallons combined. And those overflows also lead to the rain garden, very nicely hidden. I had to talk to her to see how it all gets channeled there. Here's another picture in the late summer, just before a lot of the rain happens. So you see it's kind of parched. I think they don't irrigate at all other than with the rain tank water. And you see the yellow circles where that pipe comes in, and toward in the front, you see that sort of bluish green round thing. That's a pop-up emitter. So the water comes in, but when no more water pushes it out into the depression, it closes, so no dirt or insects and stuff gets in there. Couple more pictures of that beautiful rain garden with water standing here next to the rushes, and same from the other side. There's an elderberry. I haven't identified all the plants, but she has a great plant list on the website, so you can look all that up. Here are pictures of some of them. Beautiful dogwood. She has beach strawberry and California goldenrod, which is also one of the more frequently found rain garden plants in the more sort of upper areas. So see her on May 6th with all your questions. Then I'm going to move on to another beautiful garden that's going to be on the tour on May 6th, and that's Jamie's in Oakland. So Jamie Marnes in Oakland has this riotous color in her backyard, a lot of annuals. You can't even see where the rain garden is, but it totally reminds me of the super bloom, after long years of or winter with a lot of rain. This is, however, from last summer. So when you have a lot of water that is kept in the soil because you keep it on site, you also have more of a boost for your annuals and everything else. This is what it looked like before. They had a large concrete patio. And if you want to watch the work they did to take that out, she made a video called Conquering Concrete. It's quite entertaining. That they turned into, after a lot of heavy work there, into this first step of making a rain garden. You can see how they laid out a very interesting shape. The boulders surround the higher areas. Where the yellow arrow is, that's where the water comes in. And again, they actually had sort of standing water issues, so it was also a property protection as well as just keeping rainwater on site goal here that they had. She said that since they put in the rain garden, that's really helped with the water standing there in the corner in the winter. So next step, they mixed in compost and added soil to those beds here that are elevated. You can clearly see that. And here are some pictures. This is a bird's eye view on the left just a couple of days ago. It's, with all the plants, hard to see where the rain garden now is, but you see sort of those cobblestoney areas. Those are where the water gathers, and there's an elderberry in front. That's Ceanothus in the back. That's a skylark, beautiful in bloom. She has all these flowers also. You see in this photo, there's sort of standing water to the right, and the monkey flowers and all those happily blooming flowers clearly don't mind having some moisture there next to them. So visit them on the 6th, gorgeous garden. Another one in Oakland, those of you who were on the tour a little earlier today saw Lois talk so eloquently in her videos about the design for Marianne Walsh and Richard Carter's garden in Oakland. Here's a front view of the house, and you see all the wonderful rock work they did and the side strip that's also worth checking out. What I'm going to look at primarily is the back. We saw in the video the dry creek bed and the wetland area that feeds into. So I think they shared that actually their downspouts, they couldn't disconnect. They are buried, but all the rain that falls on the sloping property in this area in the backyard does get channeled into this dry creek bed and over to that little wetland area. And here it is again from the other side, a little closer. You see right in the middle, there's one of those rushes that we often see in rain gardens. I believe it's a seed monkey flower that's also right there in the middle, likes wet feet, at least part of the year. More toward the back where it's drier, there's the evergreen currant against the wall. There's bush monkey flower. That's one that wouldn't want to have wet feet. And there's also a ribes. I wanted to show this photo of this amazing rock that Lois incorporated into the design, but also from a rain garden and rainwater capture perspective, because you can see how there's almost like this little terrace of gravel above this stunning rock. And so water coming off the property gets gathered there and held back. So another place where it can absorb. And yeah, note the side strip when you go visit to check it out. Briefly, the last one I want to show you is in Fremont at Ellerbach's garden. I'm going to go to this before picture that I grabbed from his video. He made some really cool videos. If you want to really see more of his rain garden, I recommend watching those. So this is what it looked like before. Here is the same view. You see in the yellow circle, the curb cut. So there used to be a sump pump that just funneled all the water from the back area to the street. And Ed basically interrupted that flow with this creek bed that then leads us into his rain garden. And I'm starting in the back. So here's the rain garden. You see the meadow. There's the water running through the meadow. Getting absorbed, trickling into the soil, coming here through the pebbly area, this dry creek bed. There's buckeyes, there's sages, there's buckwheats, a lot of
How to show your PowerPoint presentation.
Oops, I hear somebody talking. And we're back at the front. So very rarely, Ed shared with me, there's a little bit of overflow into the street, but that's just in those really crazy rainstorms. So here, the front again. For you, as a reminder, again, those gardens that are on the tour on the 6th. And if you can't make it, or you want to look at all these other gardens that have been on the tour and where we have information on the website, I made a screenshot of the website. You see here on the homepage where it's circled on the left, find a garden. Just put in rain gardens into the search bar here. And there's 47 gardens that have some sort of rain garden feature. So check them out. And there's also new resources. So you go to gardening info on the homepage, and we posted a number of guides, how-to fact sheet that really talks you through how to measure how large yours should be, how deep, more plant recommendations, also information on other ways to keep rainwater on site, like rainwater catchment and such. And I know this was a lot of information, but thanks so much for listening, and I'm going to stop sharing the slides and see if there's questions. Did I stop
a lot
sharing?
of questions, Stephanie.
Uh-oh.
And, one thing maybe I could just say to you so I don't forget is that after this, why don't you and I go and put links to the gardens that have rainwater features, like right under that section that we put onto the Garden Tour website. So we just put up a new section on the Bringing Back the Natives Garden Tour website under garden information on rain gardens, and there are about half a dozen links there that would be useful to people. Let's see what questions we can ask here, and then I will let you, Stephanie, if I can, take questions.
I'll go in the chat and do my best. I have to tell you guys that I have not, full disclosure, been to any of these gardens, and now I want to go, but I'm hosting myself. So it's really worth going and checking it out in person. It's almost impossible to really relate how it all exactly fits together.
Yeah, but you did a nice job, and the rain gardens are beautiful and really interesting, and those four are really well worth seeing for many reasons. Stephanie, if you don't mind, I'm going to let you scan the chat, and I'm going to push on now to.
Yeah, let's do that. I think it was almost a half hour. All right.
That was a great presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Kathy.
So let me ask you if you're viewing, to please fill out the evaluation that was in the links. Because it's very useful for us to hear, like, what did you enjoy and what was a good presentation. I also want to say, I know that like Pete's talk went by fast, but it will go up on the Tours YouTube channel, and you can stop it and you can slow it down and write down the species names there. Same thing with, other talks that you've heard that you wish you could have lingered over. That's a nice thing about YouTube, is that you'll be able to do that. If you subscribe to the Tours YouTube channel, you'll be notified when these videos are uploaded. Let me say that if you'd like help designing and installing a native plant garden, you might want to contact 4 Dimensions Landscape Company. 4 Dimensions is an award-winning landscape design company whose motto is restoring the earth, one garden at a time, and whose goal it is to bring people and nature together. 4 Dimensions creates well-planned, carefully crafted environments that enrich both human and natural life. You can call on 4 Dimensions to design, build, or nurture your garden, and you can reach them at 4dimensonslandscape.com or call them at 510-893-1999. So we have now, I wonder if Glenn Phillips is with us. Is Glenn with us, Jessica?
Unfortunately, I have not seen Glenn enter the chat yet.
Okay, so that's all right. Glenn is the executive director of Audubon, and he's been a great partner to us with the upcoming talk, which is the Keystone Species Talk that will be given by my friend and colleague, Jennifer Durking. Jennifer developed the Keystone Species signs that are on the Garden Tours website. If you haven't seen them, I hope that you do. Jennifer gave a great talk yesterday on Keystone Species for sunny areas. Today she'll be giving the talk, Keystone Species for shady areas. I know these talks are going by fast, so when they go up on the Tours website, you'll be able, YouTube channel, you'll be able to view them at your leisure, and you can stop them and write down plant names and take notes. So don't be concerned if you can't follow along and write down everything that Jennifer is about to say. Jennifer, let me turn it over to you now.
Oh, thank you very much,
Sorry,
Kathy.
popping in, Kathy. Did you want Jane to go?
Sorry. Thank you. You're right. I'm very sorry.
Sorry, Jennifer.
Let me pause for just a moment and introduce Jane Melia, who'll tell us about Harvest Thermal. So Harvest Thermal, let me just pop in for a sec, was started right here in Kensington. And in 2022, Harvest Thermal's co-founder, Jane Melia, who we'll meet in a moment, was named one of the 100 Women of Influence by Entrepreneur Magazine. And Fast Company named Harvest Thermal to the world's most innovative companies list for 2023. I understand that replacing our gas-burning water heaters and furnaces are the two best things that we can do in our homes to combat global warming, and that Harvest Thermal has a way to do this affordably and easily. So it's a pleasure now to introduce Jane.
Thank you very much. I'm wondering if you can switch my video on. I've been told I can't do that. Okay, excellent. Perfect. Hello, everybody. Let me share my screen, and then I will get started. Okay, can everybody see this? Perfect. Well, first of all, thank you very much for having me on the program. Thank you for the introduction. So I am Jane Melia, the CEO and co-founder of Harvest Thermal. And what a fantastic day to be talking about native plants and green homes. Everyone on the Harvest team is really passionate about the environment. In fact, our mission is to make homes massively more sustainable. And I know this is important to many people on the call today. So Harvest's focus is really heating and hot water, which make up a huge 2/3 of the energy used in our homes. Most of that is from burning gas in our furnaces and water heaters. And so switching out your gas furnace and hot water heater is the most impactful thing you can do inside the home to fight climate change. That's really important. Now, heat pumps, as many of you may be familiar with, these are the workhorses of home electrification. But to decarbonize affordably and scalably, we need to make them better. And that's what we're really focused on. So Harvest Thermal, what do? We've developed a thermal battery system, which is governed by our smart controller, the Harvest Pod shown here. And the pod is going to operate a high performance heat pump, mostly in the middle of the day when electricity is clean, cheap, and abundant. We store that energy in a tank and then use it to deliver heat and hot water to your home whenever needed. The genius of the system is called load shifting. Here you can see how much carbon emissions come from the electric grid at different times of the day. Regular heat pump systems use electricity mostly in the morning and the evening when we turn on the heat. But that's when electricity has the highest emissions and cost of generation, and it's usually powered by gas-fired power plants. Harvest shifts the electric load to the middle of the day, using mostly renewable electricity from the grid or from your roof to minimize cost and emissions, and allows the grid to get even cleaner. The results are really strong. We're very proud of them. Our system reduces emissions by about 90% compared to gas and by about 50% compared to regular heat pump systems. And we do that while reducing bills by up to 45% compared to gas, giving a positive payback and allowing for equitable decarbonization. The system is very comfortable. I've had one in my home since 2018, so that matters. It gives you stable warmth to your home and meets all your hot water needs. Don't take my word for it. Here are some comments from some of our customers who can really confirm about the comfort and savings of a Harvest experience. So I'm just going to close by saying, as we like to say, Harvest is best for your home, best for your wallet, and best for our planet. And I look forward to taking any questions either online or via text, whatever works best.
Thank you so much. So Jane, let me take your questions in the chat if I could. Let me say also that Harvest Thermal is going to have some staff members volunteering in Kensington at Janet Park's garden, home and garden, which you can go into Janet's garden and see her electrification attributes. She does not have a Harvest Thermal system, but you can talk to a Harvest Thermal staff member that day. Same thing goes for Sue Meller's garden in Albany. A Harvest Thermal staff member will be there to help answer your electrification questions. So Jane, thank you for joining us, and I'll let you take questions that have come up in the chat.
Perfect. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. So now I'm going to just go right and let Jennifer proceed with her Keystone Species talk.
Great.
How do I?
Can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can hear you.
All right. Let me share my screen and get this in slide mode. There we go. Everyone see this okay? Excellent. Well, thank you so much for such an honor to be here to present about this today. This is one of my favorite topics, actually, because when we were new and starting out, it was really hard to suss out what would do well in our oak woodland garden. And having access to the material on your site, Kathy Kramer, and bringing back the natives just was such a great resource for us to help figure these things out, and especially your YouTube channel. So I will jump right into this, but I wanted to say first, I'm going to talk fast, cover a lot of information, and there's a link and a QR code at the end of this that leads directly to not only this slide deck, but also to the Keystone Species signs that Kathy and I worked on with Stephanie Preugel this last year. And so it will all be available to you. So I skip over something, you can listen to it again or access that link. And I want to say too, I'm going to do a little bit of repeat from my Sun talk in a few places, just for people who are tuning in only to this topic. So for those of you who saw Doug Tallamy's talk yesterday or before, you know that he speaks of the importance of growing native plants so that life can thrive in our gardens. And it really was an eye-opener for us to realize that the non-native plants that we were growing were really detrimental to the ecosystem. If you missed Doug's talk, this is it in a nutshell. You know, bird populations are declining, the birds and insects are both declining, and they need our help. And the imported plants create dead zones for nature, and because the insects need to eat the native plants that they co-evolved on in order to reproduce. And the birds need the insects, especially the caterpillars, to feed their young. So you really make a difference when you plant natives, and especially the keystone species I'm going to talk about today, that really are the ones that really boost ecosystems and create more habitat. And let's visualize how this looks for a moment. So just a comparison here, the green bars on the left are the California native plants that grow in our area, the oaks and native cherry and currant, many of the plants you've heard about today if you've been listening to other talks. And these are just so many species of butterflies and moths can lay their eggs on these plants. The caterpillars hatch and eat the leaves, and the provide food for baby birds. And so it's just a fabulous cycle. In contrast, the red bars on the right are the imported plants. The caterpillars did not co-evolve with here. In their native countries, the caterpillars can eat them. But here you have the acacia, agapanthus, eucalyptus, ice plant, ivy, the list goes on. And these are creating a huge food deficit. If you walk through our neighborhoods, there's just not enough food to feed the ecosystems. And I know about this personally because I used to be the person growing those useless not native plants. So here's our garden back in 2021. We were so inspired by Doug Tallamy's talk. Actually, we heard a CNPS talk in 2020, November, and then we also heard one here on Bringing Back the Natives that was more oriented toward California. And that just got us fired up. And so we started by tearing out the lawn. It's the largest crop in America. We have 40 million acres of lawn in the United States, and it feeds nothing. Then we took out our imported shrubs, our box hedge, our Pieris japonicus. We even took out a few Japanese maples. And we also ripped out heavenly bamboo, which, by the way, is poisonous to cedar waxwings. They gorge on the seeds and they are deadly. So if you want to take out your heavenly bamboo and plant toyon perhaps instead, those are beautiful red berries that are healthy for the birds. I also wanted to say we both work full time. And so, we might run out of hours in the day. Here's my husband in the middle of the screen, ripping out a hedge on the weekend in that rainy January we had. The rains provide a great opportunity to do that kind of thing because the ground is soft. There I am at night after work, planting some beautiful ribes in that space instead, and we'll get to that plant in a moment. But anyway, and because we have a giant oak tree, we started planting plants for shade. So one of the ones we started with was coffeeberry. It's such a beautiful evergreen shrub, and it can grow 15 feet tall, but there are smaller varieties. We're growing some Eve Case and Mound San Bruno to create sort of a nice sort of foundation of evergreen in our garden and a little bit of a sense of seclusion. They have adorable tiny little flowers that the bees flock to and little berries. They're only edible to wildlife. They're not actually coffee. So people get confused. But this is something you can also grow in sun. So it's very versatile. And the key point here is 33 different species of butterflies and moths can lay eggs on this plant. And we already see some little bites and nibbles out of the leaves from some of the little caterpillars that are eating our plants. So it's fabulous. Also, one of our real favorites is this beautiful ribes, also called a currant. It's kind of medium sized and it's deciduous, but it really its leaves aren't gone for too much of the year. It starts in very early spring, late winter to get leaf out and get some gorgeous blooms. And it's a hummingbird magnet. The hummingbirds come visit ours and the neighbors comment on it. It's really a showstopper. So I recommend planting those where you can enjoy them. And they do well in partial shade. And 122 species of butterflies and moths can lay eggs on this plant. So it's really a very, very valuable plant. And this huge Ceanothus silk moth is just one of those many species. I hope we get one someday. This is another plant that I just think is underused in gardens. It's one of our favorite in our yard. This gooseberry is actually related to the ribes I just mentioned, but it has thorns. And so some people are nervous about planting it. We actually planted it. We mulched heavily underneath it so we don't get weeds. And the hummingbirds just flock to it. I found some little caterpillars actually living in the ground around it. I haven't identified them yet, but it's definitely drawing in wildlife. And I hope someday that we see a tailed copper, which is one of the 122 species of butterflies and moths that can lay eggs on this plant. So that's just a gorgeous little butterfly. This is a fabulous plant that we just started growing in our garden this year. It makes a lovely ground cover and it suppresses weeds when it does. And the foliage is so lush and just year round, you have this lush green in your garden. Beautiful white flowers. Our neighbors have commented on those. And then little tiny strawberries that we just leave for the wildlife because, that's really what we're trying to build here. And, but all parts of this plant are edible. And it's very versatile because it grows in sun and shade. So you can move, have those around your garden. And 58 different species of butterflies and moths can lay eggs on this plant, including this two-banded checkered skipper, which is mud puddling right here. It's getting some nutrients from the mud. And there's its caterpillar form. This is a thimbleberry. We haven't grown this yet, but we're going to do this in our backyard in the coming year. It's kind of related to the blackberry and raspberry, but it doesn't have thorns. And so its fruit ripens in summer. It's edible, very popular with, like I said, the birds, and it does like shade. And 94 different species of butterflies and moths can lay eggs on this plant, including this amazing white-lined sphinx moth, which is, people call it a hummingbird moth because it's about the size of your hand. It looks like a little hummingbird flying around. Equally beautiful, I think, is that caterpillar on the left. And I hope to see them munching through my yard as well. Here's another one. This is goldenrod, and it has such beautiful, attractive spires of yellow flowers, and it blooms through late summer into fall. That's a time when most other flowers have stopped blooming. And so it really fills a nice gap in the garden. Very showy and beautiful. And it's also versatile. Will grow in full sun or part shade. And 55 different species of butterflies and moths can lay eggs on this plant, including the northern checker spot that you'll see in your gardens in April and May. So I want to note here that as a chrysalis, a lot of butterflies and moths rest in the leaf litter underneath your plants. So leave that so that they can thrive. We just ripped out some Chilean jasmine right next to our front door, and we've put up this pink honeysuckle instead. We've actually planted several plants to go up a big trellis. It's perfect for a spot where you need to go vertical. Maybe you have a small garden, or you want to do something beautiful next to your front door. The hummingbirds love this plant and will come visit it, as will the bees and the butterflies. It's just a great pollinator plant. So we have 30 different species of butterflies and moths can lay eggs on this plant. And again, this is another good one for the white-lined sphinx moth. Here is ocean spray, and it's got a beautiful flower. We haven't grown this yet, but we're planting to in our backyard. It thrives in shade and part shade. And 38 species of butterflies and moths can lay eggs on this plant, including this beautiful pale swallowtail butterfly. As was mentioned in an earlier talk, we have a native rose, and it's just a gorgeous, luminous flower that, because it's single petaled like that, is easily accessible to the bees and the butterflies for nectar, and also is not an invasive, it's a native. And so 95 different species of caterpillars and moths can lay eggs on this plant, including this variable checker spot. I don't know which is more beautiful, the butterfly or the caterpillar, but I hope to see those munching along in my garden soon. We are growing a lot of these asters in our front yard, and our neighbors stop and ask what they are. They're really beautiful, and the bees flock to them. They're really a really nice complement to other plants, maybe some of your other shrubs and things like that. It's a nice perennial. And these do also live in full sun, and 53 species of butterflies and moths can lay eggs on this plant. And here's the northern checker spot, just beautifully luminous butterfly that I hope you see in your garden. Here's hummingbird sage. Someone had asked earlier, is there a sage for shade? And I'm excited to say yes. It produces a beautiful green mat, like pictured below, and also is host to 65 different species of butterflies and moths, including this wavy-lined emerald moth that, as a caterpillar, disguises itself with pieces of the plant. So we're very excited to have a lot of that growing in our yard. And the hummingbird actually makes a circuit between all of our plants now, and this is one of her favorites that she visits. As mentioned in an earlier talk, the hollyleaf cherry is a fabulous tree. We plan to grow it as a hedge across our back, where we want to have a little bit more privacy. And I've seen this growing at the Woodside Library near us as both a tree and a shrub. And it is really, you see a lot of insects attracted to this. And we do see these western tiger swallowtails flying around in our area, because they feast on this plant and some of the other trees that are listed here. And then finally, I'd be remiss if I didn't mention the oak, the powerhouse of the ecosystem, which hosts 270 species of butterflies and moths. I want to say about the Coast Live Oak. This is a good oak, along with the scrub oak, for gardens, even though this particular specimen, this picture taken by Kathy's husband, Mike, Even though it looks very large, there's one in our neighborhood that is mature. It's probably about 30 feet high, but the trunk really fits nicely into a small space in a corner of a garden. And we were amazed to see how well it works as a street tree. The California sister dines exclusively on oaks. So you must have oaks if you want this beautiful butterfly. And I think the most beautiful caterpillar I've ever seen, that is the California sister caterpillar. So you may say, you know, oh, well, this is all great about these native plants, but I have lots of butterflies coming into my garden. And what's wrong with all of these cosmos and marigolds and Shasta daisies that they visit? And I like to point out, this is like a bar. They're drinking nectar, and they can drink nectar from a wide variety of different flowers. But there's no restaurant, there's no food for the next generation. There's no place for them to lay their eggs. The native plants are the restaurant. And that also has nectar, but has the bonus of having the food to grow the caterpillars that feed the birds and the entire ecosystem. So we really, really need to help them by growing our natives. Here's our garden now. We've taken out all the lawn and hedge. It's still a young garden, but already we have manzanita blooming. We have a beautiful golden flowered ribes in the middle picture there. To the right of it is the red flowered currant that we mentioned earlier. Below on the bottom row, we have the coffee berry, and we have the asters, and we have the strawberries, and we have so many more. We're actually growing every single plant I mentioned today, with a few exceptions that I called out. And we are leaving the leaves. This is the most important thing that we did besides growing natives. We allowed the acorns and the leaves to nourish the ground, to create cover for the pollinators that nest in the ground, insulation for the plants. And, you know, some butterflies and moths, like this morning cloak, actually overwinter in those leaves. And so when we sweep away the leaves and the acorns, we're destroying all those chrysalises and all of those insects that would provide life. And the acorns themselves, I just saw a squirrel dig up an acorn yesterday that it buried in December. So we really, really need to leave everything on the ground where it lands. And nature is exploding in our yard. I can't emphasize this enough. We are seeing so much more life now that we ripped out our lawn and hedge. We are seeing all sorts of butterflies. We're seeing more bees, not pictured here, hummingbirds, salamanders have moved in. It's just a whole ecosystem, and we've done the whole front yard. We're looking forward to doing the back. And I just want to take a quick moment to say we're saving money on water. This bottom line here, this blue line, is California, it's precipitation, the natural precipitation pattern. And above it is the green line, that's the native plant natural pattern for consuming precipitation for their water needs. But above that, the yellow line are the, quote, drought-tolerant natives from the Mediterranean and from places like Australia that get, like Sydney, gets occasional monsoons and certain downpours that don't map to California weather. So we really need to grow the things that really map to our natural precipitation. Of course, as I mentioned earlier, that red line up there is lawn, and it's the most thirsty crop of all. And as I said, it's 40 million acres of the United States and growing. More people are planting lawns every day. It feeds nothing. And the chemicals that a lot of people use on it are actually very detrimental to not only the environment, but to their own health. So don't use pesticides or herbicides. And if you can, remove or reduce your lawn. And we felt like we were doing our part, but what could we do beyond our own garden? Well, we could take some action. So one thing that I did recently, as Kathy Kramer mentioned, we designed some Keystone plant signs, and these slides are based on those. So if you love these beautiful pictures of the plants and the butterflies, then download them and put them up in your own garden to inspire your neighbors, or use them if you work in a public pollinator garden. They're great signs for that. School gardens, classrooms, it's a great learning tool for kids. You can put them up in nurseries. And you can also use them at different events. So you can download these. I have a link again on my very last slide. And you can also take action by going on the actual Bringing Back the Natives garden tour. So the dates here, I know you've seen them before, but May 6th are the Bayside Gardens on Saturday. And then Sunday, May 7th, from 10 to 4 are the Inland Gardens. So start growing these keystone plants today and revel in all the life they bring to your garden and balcony. I had one more quick thing, Kathy, about taking action. I'm not going to go as long as I had planned to on this slide, but I did. Kathy, you asked me yesterday about ways that I've taken it beyond my own garden. And I just want to say, being on social media, getting on Nextdoor, sharing information and seeds. I even started a Nextdoor group. And so we share seeds and plants there. And then developing local partnerships with California Native Plant Society. We're doing something called the Wildflower Ambassadors, where we also at events are giving away seeds and promoting this. And I just hope that you all will explore creative ways that you can connect with others and bring back native ecosystems. And here's my information, and I welcome any questions. Hold up your phone for a QR code to either my slide deck or to the Keystone Plant signs. And I know I went kind of quickly past those, but I really hope you'll explore each and every one. I think we have over 40 now there. So they go way beyond this talk, and they're just a great resource. And that's it for me.
All right. Well, thank you, Jennifer. So Jennifer did make the Keystone Species signs that are on the Bringing Back the Native Garden Tour website under Keystone Species. So if you're wondering what are the best plants for wildlife, there they are, and they're just beautiful. And you'll see some of them in the gardens on May 6th and 7th. I see that Jennifer's husband has put a link to the to the signs in the chat, if it's easier for you to download from there. Let's see, question from YouTube. Jennifer, does the fire department give you any grief for leaving the leaf litter in your yard?
Well, that is a consideration. I see that come up a lot. What is interesting to me is the leaves fell in mostly November and December. Then we had torrential rainfall, which started to break the leaves down, and they grew a lot of interesting molds and things that the soil actually needs to make it more robust. And then they got kind of moved around by the creatures, and the acorns got eaten. And so in our garden right now, it's not really a fire hazard. They've really been kind of absorbed into nature. And then we've also added in some places, we put a little bit of dirt over areas where we wanted to plant something new or whatever. So no grief so far, and not the kind of fire hazard we have with some of the plants like eucalyptus that are very flammable.
So I want to say it was just a pleasure working with Jennifer. She was the brain and brawn behind the development of those signs, and she did a beautiful job. Jennifer, can people get hold of your Nextdoor group? Oh, there it is, the ND.
Yeah, Nextdoor. So I didn't spell that out, but yeah, the Nextdoor group is here. And so I really welcome you to join it. Even though it's Nextdoor, they allow you to join groups from anywhere. So really, it's a great place to have a conversation, ask questions. I know we were running short on time. So, if people want to ask questions there, and also I will monitor the chat as your next talk comes up, Kathy.
Okay, can you talk for just a moment about your the wildflower seeds, and then we'll pop off and let you take the rest of your questions in the chat.
Yeah. So, I realized that with our own garden, it was great impact, but it wasn't enough. We were so fired up that we started giving seeds to our neighbors. We had a big bag of wildflower seeds. We just started packaging them up in little packets. And then we thought, wow, what about the bigger neighborhood? So we started giving them away on Nextdoor, got invited to go to some libraries. And so as an individual, and I work full time, so I was doing this at night and weekends, just giving away seeds so that people and information, that's the most important thing, is we give a handout that would have all sorts of resources, like Bringing Back the Natives or some of these talks. People could access the information and the resources and learn about the different websites like yours, Kathy. And then we realized, as we were doing all of that, we gave out just on our own about 3,000 packets. But then we realized I was invited to partner with California Native Plant Society for Santa Clara Valley, and we've been doing it at their events. And so they've been funding, and they have their own brand, and we do seed giveaways with a group called the Wildflower Ambassadors. And so that's really been a way to leverage. We probably will give away 1,000 or more packets at their upcoming wildflower show in April. So that's the CNPS SCV is the group, Santa Clara Valley. So just as a word about, they can be a powerful tool for starting conversations with people.
Okay, well, Jennifer, thank you so much for giving this talk again. It was great to hear it. And if people want to see it in more detail in the future, it will be put up on the tour's YouTube channel, and you can look at it, at a slower pace in a little bit. So before we go on to our next talk, I want to ask if you are watching today and haven't had a chance yet to make a donation, if you'll please support the tour. You can do it on the tour's website under Please Donate. You can Venmo a contribution to @Bringing Back the Natives. We depend upon donations to keep going, and we hope that if you've enjoyed our presentation yesterday and today and are planning on going on the tour on the 6th and 7th, that you will help us to keep this event going. So it's my pleasure now to introduce Lawrence Abbott and Brett Desmarais, who will be giving a talk, How to Choose the Best Native Street Tree for Your Garden. Lawrence is a retired biologist and restoration ecologist who lives in San Leandro. He has been and is still a tireless advocate for habitat protection and native plants. Brett is a landscape architect and arborist. He currently serves as a landscape architect with San Francisco Public Works. Brett also lives in San Leandro, which who knew that San Leandro was such a ecological hotspot, because Stephanie lives there too, where he has advocated for adding native tree species to the city's street tree list. And he serves as the planting lead in the city's CAL FIRE grant-funded restoration effort. So, and I'd like to acknowledge and thank Brett for creating the terrific California Native Street Tree list that you'll find on the Doug Tallamy section in the Bringing Back the Native Garden Tours website. You're welcome to download and distribute this list, and we hope the list is useful to you when you advocate for your local government to add more California natives to their street tree lists. So let me go now and welcome Brett and Lawrence.
Hello. Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. I'm going to turn it right over to you.
Okay. And are you flipping slides, Kathy?
I'm happy to do it if you guys need
Okay.
me to, but I believe Lawrence also has the slides. So would you rather that I present it for you?
Actually, yeah, it'd be easier if you did.
Okay, give me one moment. Let's see. Thank you for sending it to me ahead of time. I appreciate.
Great to
And
see you, fellow San Leandrons.
Hi, Stephanie.
all right.
This is so ironic, by the way, that we discovered each other, and San Leandro never used to be a hotspot for natives and all these programs, but it's just amazing when the right people get together and they start organizing. It's amazing what you can accomplish.
Yeah, you guys have been terrific. I wish I lived in San Leandro.
So Brett and Lawrence, whoever's calling slides, just let me know next, and then I will move it along.
Okay, next. So why native trees? We don't have much time, so I don't need to talk about this. The way that Kathy set this all up, I mean, I've been following along. You've been learning everything. Doug Tallamy teaches everything about ecosystems and native plants. And so the only difference with trees to regular gardening is they say that in regular gardening, if you're afraid to lose a plant and a plant dies and it traumatizes you, you shouldn't be a gardener, because that happens a lot. Well, with trees, you want to have a lot more planning in advance, and you want to make sure you get it right from the beginning. And so that's why we're doing this presentation, and especially with street trees. And by the way, street trees is, it can be interpreted in many ways, and it really shouldn't, it's really too broad a brush. It's too, street trees in San Francisco are very different than streets that follow a farm or a very large estate, right? So we're going to cover a little bit of both. You have a lot more choices for your street trees if you have a lot of space, both above ground and below ground, for your trees to grow. And we'll talk a little bit about narrow spaces and whatnot too. So I don't think I need to read anything on this slide. Next slide, please. So the considerations for success, like I mentioned before, you want to look at the space above and below ground. You want to consider everything, use an ecosystems approach. Like if you're planning on putting solar on the south side of your roof in the near future, you certainly wouldn't want to plant a large tree on the south side of your house, right? So always think about the genetic potential of your tree, how big and how wide it wants to get, and think about the future. And think if if you're getting older, if you want to plant, say, a tree that grows large, and you say, oh, I'll just keep pruning it smaller, Think about, you know, do you really want to be out there fighting a tree that wants to grow to be 100 feet tall and you want it to be 20 feet tall? Same thing with shrubs, by the way, for landscape design, just always, and that's what we'll focus on during this talk is, you know, putting the right plant in the right spot. And so at the bottom, I talk about pruning and special tricks. So if you don't have space for a large tree, but you want a small tree, no problem at all. The easiest way to do that is put it in a pot, a small pot, and you have a little bonsai sitting on your patio table, a larger pot, and maybe you have a 6-foot tall valley oak, and you won't believe all the insects and birds that brings, especially with my favorite tree, which you might notice coming up over and over again, the California valley oak. Next. Maybe I should, okay, so narrowing your choices. And what I like to do is, you know, first of all, take all those considerations. Then for myself, well, you're lucky, first of all, I should say, if you can afford a landscape designer, because they can really help you a lot. But even if you have a landscape designer or planner, you probably have your own ideas just walking through East Bay Regional Parks or wherever you go, botanical gardens. And of course, we always steal ideas from nature and try to, for myself anyway, copy nature to not only bring the diversity to your home, but also bring, you know, the animal diversity. So you can decide if you want one big specimen tree or if you want to plant a whole bunch of little trees close together, or, you know, even if you put a lot of larger trees closer together, they won't grow high and wide, they'll grow sort of crowded. And this is, of course, assuming you have a very large front yard. The reality of your street could be pretty brutal for plants. You know, maybe the backyard is better. Depends on the size of your yard. Small yards, or if you're in the middle of town, can be pretty brutal. The heat that comes off the sidewalk and roads and just the environment in general. Maybe you don't get a lot of maybe you don't have a lot of soil area even to create a bioswale and, you know, get water to go down in the soil. Again, fighting genetics, I don't want to do it anymore. I'm getting too old for that. And yeah, and think about your tree that you're choosing. Make sure that if it is a tree that tends to have invasive roots, maybe that doesn't belong in the front yard. If you have an old style sewer system where the roots can get in there. Or what kind of utilities you have underground. Brett will talk about that. So right tree in the right place. Next slide, please. And I think, Brett, is this where you're starting?
Yeah.
Thank you, Brett.
Sure. So so planting the right tree in the right place. There are some considerations when choosing a tree to really make sure that it's appropriate for the place where you want to put it. So you know, your own yard is really the easiest place to start, and it's also a really great place for small to medium trees. Because you do control that space, and there are very few conflicts as far as things like utilities in a residential backyard. That's not to say that a large tree couldn't work. I think we saw some examples of that in other presentations of large oaks. But something to consider is that California tree law does allow your neighbor to start pruning your tree if it begins to grow over their yard, and that you do have to commit to that maintenance and potential issue. So that's a factor to consider. City parks are also a usually very easy place to provide trees for a similar reason to yards, in that there are often few utility conflicts and lots of space. So it's a great place for really large trees, are really large native oaks in city parks. And so we'll talk about kind of the advocacy and working with your city to see if you can get more native trees planted in your park system. And then the third one here is street tree situations, which are the most challenging. And there really are a lot of factors that go into that, and why native trees and street tree situations can be difficult to navigate. Next. So for street tree considerations, what I like to say here is that this is where our goals of environmental sustainability have to also meet and reconcile with operational sustainability. And so when we're working on street tree plans, in my line of work in the city of San Francisco, and really any kind of municipal landscape architect or arborist, the things that go into making these decisions are consideration of utility conflicts. And so that would be above and below ground. We're talking about overhead lines for power, In San Francisco, we have electrified bus lines, stoplights, and underground. We have utility vaults for electrical and telecom and gas. We have this storm sewer system underground. There's even, areas where there's a subway tunnel underground. And so these are all things that can be limiting factors on the kind of tree that can be placed adjacent to those utilities and be compatible with them. Other factors would be lines of sight. And so that would be maintaining traffic safety regulations for vehicle line of sight, making sure that trees aren't blocking the view of a crosswalk so that pedestrian safety is taken into account. And so these are all things that go into city code. There are clearance requirements. We like to have trees really ideally about a 10-foot canopy height above the street when they're directly adjacent to the street so that they don't get hit by buses and trucks. And then another factor that's very important is pedestrian clearances. And so that would include things like, low-hanging branches. You can imagine over a sidewalk if somebody used a cane and had sight issues or mobility issues, that low-hanging branches can be a problem for those people. And so we do need to factor in those requirements, which are very clearly spelled out in the Americans with Disabilities Act. The next slide. And so this is an example here of where street trees can be very challenging because the spaces are quite narrow. We're dealing with a lot of reflected heat off of concrete and asphalt. And in many places we have a small amount of soil, not a lot of space for a root zone. There may or may not be good drainage in these spaces. And this can be a very limiting factor. And I think this is a picture you took, Lawrence, is that right? Of a tree that fell this winter?
Correct.
Yeah.
Actually, there's two trees. There's another tree right behind it cut down.
Oh, right. Right. So this is a tree that wasn't really able to develop an appropriate root system in this confined space. And so with saturated soil and wind, it could not hold onto the ground and resulted in a failure here. And this can cost people lives. So this is something to really consider with street tree plantings. The next slide. So then the other considerations, though, when choosing a tree, going back to some things that Lawrence kind of touched on at the beginning of this talk, is really looking at what is nature already doing where you live. So if you're looking at wanting to choose a native tree for your yard, look around and see what's actually already thriving in my neighborhood. And that gives you clues about what's really already happy and compatible with your local conditions. And those factors that usually kind of come into play are things like exposure, so how much sun, wind, things like fog if you're right on the coast, that are either can be necessary for the tree to develop in a kind of healthy way that reaches its full potential, or they can be very limiting too. Consider soil type, looking at soils that have lots of clay, sand, loam, and which trees are compatible with those things. And for example, in San Leandro, we have a lot of clay. Clay drains very slowly. So we have some trees that really want to be in sandy, quick draining soil that we have a hard time growing here. So the key is to really start thinking about these factors that work with the ecology that the tree evolved in so that it's already adapted to those conditions and you're not fighting it. Water availability is a factor. If a tree requires supplemental water in the summertime in perpetuity, probably not a good choice if you don't have that already happening in the landscape. But on the flip side, if it's a tree that needs to be summer dry, you don't want to plant it in the middle of a lawn. That'll end up shortening the lifespan of the tree as it encourages diseases. Again, think about mature size and the compatibility there. And if you're signing up for kind of ongoing maintenance to prune the tree to kind of keep it small, just consider that kind of as a long-term investment. And there are a lot of helpful resources out there. There's that have this information about various trees that will kind of help you and guide you to making these selections. CalScape is, of course, an excellent website for that. I also reference Select Tree, which is through Cal Poly San Luis Obispo, with a lot of great information there, especially if you're wanting to add a street tree in front of your house. And then even websites from places like Las Palitas, I find very, very comprehensive and useful as well. Next slide. But your city's list of approved street trees can be modified to include more natives. And this is something that we did here in San Leandro. So I'll kind of go through that a little bit in the next few slides. But consider that this change is often incremental and can be a little bit slow and involves some compromises to make it happen, because you're usually dealing with a pretty large group of stakeholders to try to make this happen. We were able to get slightly more than 50% of our city's tree list amended to include native trees. And we consider that a success because it didn't have any when we started.
Can I ask, Brett, how long did it take you to move from not having any to having 50% on the street tree list?
It took a few months because we had the right people involved. It was actually pretty quick in our case. But we would love to see this number increase, and we think that's going to take more time. Parks departments are often a really great place to start as well, because there are fewer considerations. With parks, there are usually fewer people involved in making these decisions because you don't have the utility and traffic overlays and those people involved that you need to convince about things. So parks are really kind of the low-hanging fruit of getting more native trees in your landscape in the municipal places. And then, of course, backyards, even better. So what you can do in your own place. So then the last thing that I want to touch on here, and that was so important, was really the fact that we built a coalition of citizens here in San Leandro to make that happen. When the city announced that they were going to be pursuing a grant from CAL FIRE, 5,000 trees to be planted, funded through that grant, so many people were very excited by this, but at the same time we realized, hey, actually we really don't have a great street tree list here at all. It's kind of we have our sort of usual suspect of trees we're not happy with: crepe myrtles, ginkgos, Callery pear, kind of things we don't want to see more of. If we're planting 5,000 trees, this is an amazing opportunity to plant native trees. So when we had sort of a critical mass of people together with this goal, we engaged with the city, and we had a really receptive sustainability manager here in San Leandro who listened to that, and we were able to start working with the city to amend that list. If we go to the next slide, this was our sort of community-generated wish list of native trees. So this group, I think we call ourselves the Citizens for Homegrown Habitat, or Neighbors for Homegrown Habitat. Through a Google group, we began to different types of native trees that made sense here in San Leandro, and classifying them in ways that would help us go to the city and say, we think these trees can work if you put them in these conditions. So we had small, medium, and large trees. We looked at things like, stuff that summer water needs and overall sort of water use according to the WUCAL's categorization, whether they were friendly with overhead utilities, sort of the overall kind of minimum tree planting pit size that would be required, seasonality, overall mature tree size, and everything we were working with here was native to the California floristic province. So everything was native within this ecological region. So this is kind of where we started. And then if we go to the next page, this is where we ended up. And so, as I mentioned, we did not have native trees to choose from in our initial list, and everything that's highlighted in green, and I know this is hard to read at this scale, but you can see just visually all the green line items. These are native trees. And so that amounted to 52% of the 5,000 trees in the grant goal as native. And we had, I think, 5 native oak species in here. We had Aeschylus, we had Ceanothus, we had Toyon, we had really a big range of types of trees for all different types of conditions in the public right-of-way and the park system. Next slide. And this is a photo of our one of our early plantings. This was at Bonaire Park in San Leandro, and we got a great turnout. This was last fall. I think it was September, kind of a strangely rainy day in September. And we were planting alders and Pacific wax myrtle, and I think we had some oaks in there. Is that right, Lawrence?
Yeah, we did.
We did. I think we had some valley oaks in there.
And Coast Live Oak too.
Coast Live Oak, yeah. And we had families in the neighborhood that turned out. We had high school students from the cross country team. Some people were experienced with planting trees. Other people had never done it before. But it was really a lot of kind of synergy here happening between the city's kind of guiding this along with a nonprofit partner and people in the city who were very, very excited about making this happen.
And Brett, by now, many of those people have been trained as tree leaders and they're training other people. So, I mean, it's just all good when community gets together and you know, fights for greening spaces the right way. So it's really been wonderful. And next slide, please. So there's no time. Oh, how much time do we have anyway? We're probably already a little bit over, Kathy.
We started late. I'm sorry about the delay. So your presentation must end by 2:20. So you have
excellent.
10 more minutes.
Excellent. No, we're perfect. And we still have time for question and answer. Maybe we can get caught up a little bit too. So I'm not going to talk about the next couple slides. All of our tree leaders that you saw, most of those folks in that picture, they've learned how to plant trees according to the International Society of Arboriculture standards, which are pretty much the standard now. You know, they've been working for many years with UC Davis, botanists and arborists, and really refining the techniques. So we have a lot of success. I think to date, we haven't actually lost a single tree that we planted, and we've already had about 5 or 6 tree plantings. And Brett and I try to help with as many of them as there are. And by the way, we can't cover everything in this talk. So we invite you all to come down and do a tree planting with us, and, you know, speak to Brett or myself or whoever's there, and pick our brains. And at the same time, you can learn these techniques hands-on and plant some trees. Next slide, please. So there's more of the proper way to plant those. And the easiest way to find this, if you can't get a hold of this link, although we'll post these links in the chat, is to just do a Google search or internet search and just ask for International Society of Arboriculture standards for tree planting or for pruning or whatnot. Next slide, please. And so here is the link. The first link is the link to come and sign up to get emails for whenever we're going to do a tree planting and where and when, the logistics. And as I said, come join us. Next slide, please. So here's the beginning of some of our photographs of street trees. And Stephanie or Kathy, feel free to join in if these are your photographs. And by the way, I appreciate everybody that sent us pictures. We couldn't include them all, and we tried to focus on photographs and stories that you sent us that were clearly street trees, because, you know, native trees are wonderful, but we're trying to get them right on the sidewalk, right near the sidewalk. And so that's what we're going to show you here. In fact, Brett, speak up on any of these too, because I think this is a sycamore. My screen's really
Sure.
small.
Yeah, this is a photo from San Francisco. This is Platanus racemosa Roberts cultivar. It's our native California sycamore, planted in a rather high water table, but sandy area of San Francisco. And this is a much more appropriate tree than the non-native sycamore. It's much more vigorous and adapted, and does not have the powdery mildew issues that we see on the non-native. And so this is a tree that's become increasingly available in the nursery trade.
That's one of my favorite trees, and I planted it in my front yard about 20 years ago in about a 1 gallon size. And now it's over 30 feet tall, and it's had amazing birds nesting in it, including hawks. Next slide, please.
This was another street tree planting in San Francisco. This is Quercus tomentella, the island oak. And this is a very windy site, but with some good access to groundwater. This was a bit of an experimental planting, but these trees have grown quite a bit since they went in about 2 years ago. They're very happy. And so we wanted to see if we could start to incorporate some native oaks in this street tree situation.
Brett, what have you done to be very confident that there's enough soil there so that those trees aren't going to blow over like we saw in another slide?
Sure. So in this particular case, the tree pits are actually larger than the standard. And in some places we have actual kind of trenching underneath the sidewalk areas with uncompacted soil that allows the roots to expand outward deeper under the paved areas.
Thank you. Next slide, please.
This is another one I took here at San Leandro of, this is a native oak on Estudillo Avenue by the San Leandro Public Library. Lawrence and I were trying to ID this one. I thought it was Quercus chrysolepis, but we weren't 100% sure.
We can fight about it afterwards.
Yeah.
Next slide, please. Oh, this is a fun one. We really had, I think this was our last planting, is that correct?
It was.
Yeah, and it was in between all the storms. And why don't you talk about the plants that you chose? And I think you actually designed this landscaping, is that correct?
Yeah, this is an industrial area in San Leandro. This was kind of a throwaway space next to a warehouse, but it's a city-owned piece of property. And we actually have pretty good soil here. It was loamy. And so in some of the wider parts of this strip, we fit in, I think, about 12 of these Quercus whistlezeni, the interior live oak. And then in the narrower stretches, we have Heteromeles, the toyon. So we're really trying to create some kind of bird habitat space here. And I'm really hoping that if we do enough of this in these kinds of spaces throughout town, we'll get that kind of critical mass of trees that will help birds and insects and can really create that kind of mosaic of spaces across the city.
And thank you, Hope, for saying that comment. Nice. I agree. It's just amazing. We're familiar with these plants, especially with toyon, and just imagine what that'll be like in a few years, where now, this just industrial space is, a good spot for the cedar waxwings and robins to stop and nesting and whatnot. So, somebody just asked a question about understory. We are working pretty closely with another group that popped up in town at the same time that Brett mentioned, the Homegrown Habitats group. And we have links to that at the end also, where we're hoping to come back later. But in the meantime, we have a lot of mulch there, which will help improve the soil further and, help with water absorption and prevent water loss during the summer. So next slide, please. So this is a slide that, Kathy, did you send me this one? It's just a coast live oak, I think, in a roundabout in Berkeley, if I'm correct.
I did. This was the start of the neighborhood pollinator pathway in Berkeley that's open on Saturday, May 6th. This oak is a coast live oak. It was planted in 2005 in the traffic circle.
What a great place for a big oak. And I just can't wait, 100 years from now to just imagine what that'll be like. Next slide, please. Are you familiar with this one?
I am. I sent it. This is is an oak, I think, and it was taken on the Contra Costa campus, which Contra Costa Community College has this fantastic, extensive native plantings around now. They started some years ago and they're just gorgeous. And so this is one of them.
I absolutely love that. I love the more we get away from popsicle trees, whenever we have the space that lets us do it and get to more of the natural form. It just thrills me. Next slide, please. So one of the things to consider, if you call an arborist, say, to shape your tree, they're likely to prune everything according to ISA standards. And if it's a small tree, they'll start to shape the scaffold and whatnot. But do let them know, they're focused on the health of the tree and the safety of the tree and, the future health and safety of it. So they're developing the scaffold that will grow into a strong tree that will last many, many years. But at the same time, the ISA standards might be cutting off crossing branches or too many branches towards the center of the tree. But bird nests love to be built in hidden spots. So, let your arborist or your landscape designer or contractor know what your goals are whenever you're planting trees. That's a bush tit nest. Next slide, please. And same thing, if in my mind, I always want to see more snags. I want to see more places for woodpeckers to build natural cavities. Street trees, probably not too practical to have, you know, the danger of a snag falling on somebody. So bird boxes. Next slide, please. And I think another just example of oaks right along a street. And you can just imagine how incredible that will be in the future because it's already wonderful. Next slide, please. Oh, wow. That's Ceanothus.
Can I pop in? This is Anita
Please do.
Pereira's garden in Richmond. Her garden is on the tour. You can see it on Saturday, May the 6th. And the slope to the right was once just a solid mass of ivy. And Anita has seen, I think she's counted 21 bird nests in her garden in the last 4 or 5 years.
Next slide, please. Lovely.
This is the BART station in Albany on, I think by Solano Avenue, somewhere around there, across the street from that Brazilian restaurant.
So you can see that, you know, a lot of shrubs can also be small trees, and you can, some of these, I mean, this is just wonderful. Next slide, please. So this is Stephanie's house. You want to talk about this, Stephanie? This is pretty cool.
Yes, so this is the side strip around my property, and here in San Leandro, it's the responsibility of the homeowners to keep that in shape. And you can also, on the upside, get a tree planted when you choose from the city's list. This was last March, so it's just over a year ago, and the list wasn't quite there yet. But as Brett said, we were working on it, and I bought this Coast Life oak myself. And then this guy on the left, a city person, planted it for me. They did a really nice job planting it, and so I paid for the tree, but the city was willing to plant it. So I can't wait for it to grow up. And I'm thinking, if you live in a city where there's not yet native trees on the list, maybe try that. Just say, you know, how about a native one? I'll buy it. Would I be able to plant it? Because a lot of the street folks, or in San Leandro, Lawrence, you might have had the same experience. I asked, well, why no native trees? And they were like, no real reason. That's literally what they said.
Well,
and this is not a very wide parking strip, is it? Like 2.5 feet, something like that?
It's 3 feet wide. It's not very wide. And I want to say, so this was like actually a couple of things. There used to be a lot of parking on here. So it's a pretty challenging spot because the soil is compacted. I got the city to actually, because the street's super narrow, one time a fire truck couldn't even get through. So they made it no parking on that side. So now I had the guts to actually have that tree there. And the tree guy said, don't do the gravel, put mulch all along that median there, or that side strip, because it'll make the soil just so much more soft or useful for the tree. So it might just have to grow wide in one direction. Fingers crossed.
Yeah, and I think it's pretty safe bet because Stephanie lives just a few hundred feet from the San Leandro Creek, and the area is more alluvial soil, and the water table is also very high. So if you're going to plant anything like that in a very narrow strip, if you have those kind of soil conditions, valley oak or live oak, valley oak or coast live oak are just ideal because their roots go down really deep. They go into the water table, and I think it's going to be fantastic there. And you'll see a picture of a very old, same kind of tree in a narrow strip later, and it'll blow your mind. Next slide, please.
We have about 3 more minutes, Lawrence, just so you know.
So let's just go through these. Anybody want to say anything about these? Otherwise, we'll just zip through them.
Yeah, this is a coast live oak planting. I think this might have been out near Livermore or Dublin, but further east in the East Bay.
Wonderful. Next slide, please. This is somebody shot of somebody's front yard.
My front yard. So this is a coast live oak on the left. My husband and I planted it when it was 6 inches tall 30 years ago, and it's now about 25 feet tall. And that's a buckeye on the right that we planted from seed about 24 years ago.
These keystone species keep popping up over and over, huh? Next slide, please. So this is a buckeye. You saw it with leaves on one picture, and here it is with some summer drought. So if you discontinuing watering and just let them get the water that they would get from the season, that's what they'll look like midsummer. Next slide, please. There's that oak I was talking about in quite a narrow strip. And I'd say it's doing pretty well. Next slide, please. This is, I think, a ceanothus in San Francisco.
I think
Oh,
it's San
there it is, right
Francisco.
there. Yeah, Mission in San Francisco. Pretty awesome. Next slide, please. So this was just taken at the Hedgerow Farms. I just went to the California Native Grasslands Association annual meeting over there, and they've planted all these plants right along the road, and it's just amazing. I love this. You probably couldn't get away with this in certain cities because it's probably wouldn't meet their code or whatever. But I love to see a lot of natives planted together and actually see some overstory, some complexity to the structure. And this is what birds absolutely love, and what we need to see more of is, and it can be cleaned up a little and still be incredibly valuable, but to have different species of natives filling in the mid-story and the understory is so beneficial to wildlife. Next slide, please. And this is San Leandro, not too far from San Leandro Creek. It was a mast year. I don't know if you can see, but the sidewalk is covered in acorns. And I'm still giving away acorns from this Coast Live Oak. It's one of the probably original, lineage right here in San Leandro. And if you want to grow one, my contact information is at the end of this presentation. Next slide, please. So this is just not far from there. And this is a valley oak that's just spectacular. It's at the corner of Juana and what's the other street? Well, it's on Juana. If you drive down Juana in San Leandro, you'll see this. It's a massive tree. The canopy goes from one side of the street to the other. And I have plenty of acorns for this too that have been kept in the refrigerator if you want to, if you have some nice deep soil and you want to put a valley oak. Next slide, please. And this is Valley Oaks just taken a few days ago as the snow melts on the way to my daughter's house in Modesto. And they can take a lot of flooding and just do fine. And there's my contact information. Really enjoyed this. Thanks so much, Kathy.
You're welcome. So I want to say a few things. Thank you so much to Lawrence and Brett for putting this together. It was exciting. It was really thrilling to hear about the success that you have had getting native street trees onto the list in San Leandro. Let's see. One question I had, I wish we had time to answer it, but we don't. I want to run another presentation at a different time so we could talk more. Like you talked about all the considerations for putting a street tree in, but they apply equally to non-native trees as opposed to native trees. So like, why are there so many non-native trees, and why is it so hard as it seems to be to get native trees on there? But I can't have you answer it because we've got to go on.
Okay.
Okay. So 50% of the trees now on the street tree list in San Leandro are natives. If you guys could hop on to the chat, and there were a lot of questions, but unfortunately I gave you your half an hour, but we were just running behind before, so I can't stop and give you any more time now. It was great to have this presentation. It was very exciting. I want to congratulate you, and like I want to move to San Leandro. That's going to be my next home, so I can be your neighbors.
Hey, we're so lucky, man. It's really amazing when you find a kindred spirits right in your own backyard. Appreciate you so much, Brett.
All right, so let me say now, I'm going to take this screen back, and that was a great presentation. I loved it. Before I go on to life and death on silverleaf lupin, I want to say again, if you are enjoying this presentation, if you haven't had a chance to donate, if you would please support us, we'd be grateful. You can make a donation on the tourism website under Please Donate, through Venmo at bringingbackthenatives.net. You can send a check. Our address is under Contact Me on the website. So this presentation, Life and Death on Silverleaf Lupin, contains photographs that were taken by my friend and colleague Mei Chen, and she also wrote the text. Mei has created 2 other presentations that are on the Natives Garden Tour YouTube channel. One is called Life and Death on Milkweed, and the other is on the Bridgeview Pollinator Garden in Oakland, and you can search on Mei Chen to find these videos. So this presentation features the small creatures that visit the native silverleaf lupin and the extraordinary things they do to survive. It's an honor for me to be able to give this presentation for Mei, who could not be with us today. So as I was reviewing this talk, I realized that aphids are one of the bases of the food chain in the garden. And as you'll see, so many of the insects that come to the lupin are there because of the aphids. As gardeners, we're used to thinking that it's a crisis if we see aphids in our garden, but that's kind of like saying we don't want to see plankton in the ocean. Without plankton and without aphids, food chains would collapse. So part of the way through my review of this presentation, I had to stop and go outside and examine my own lupins, and I was disappointed to see there's no aphids. I've been looking for them longingly, and I still am. I want to see the variety of insects that come in a garden to feed on the aphids. I hope by the end of this talk, you'll feel the same way. So as May wrote this talk, when I say I here, it's really May speaking. I've spent a good part of 2022 exploring and documenting the insect diversity of Skyline Gardens, a restoration project in the Berkeley Hills. You can Google Skyline Gardens to find their website, and you can volunteer with them if you're interested. The land belongs to our local water district, the East Bay Municipal Utility District, and the largely wild garden is tended by a dedicated group of volunteers who call themselves the Skyliners. They practice a form of ecological restoration that calls for the removal or suppression of exotic species in areas where high concentrations of native species persist. This work has been going on since 2016, and Skyline Gardens has become a popular wildflower destination in the East Bay. 288 species of native plants have been seen in this ecologically rich area. Today, I will be talking about one species, the silverleaf lupin, Lupinus albrifons, which can be considered the garden's signature plant. The lupin blooms gloriously on steep hillsides in spring, supporting myriad insects. The silverleaf lupin thrives on the east-facing slopes of Skyline Gardens. This large native perennial shrub seems to enjoy full sun and good drainage. Let's talk for a moment about the flower structure of the lupin. This is important later on when you see the bees that pollinate this plant and how perfectly the flowers and the bees are made for each other. The flowers are found at the tips of the branches. Individual flowers have a pair of upright petals that are fused. These are called the banners. When the flowers of silverleaf lupin first open, they have white banners. These are the upper erect petals. After the flowers are pollinated, the banners turn reddish purple, as seen in the older flowers in the lowest part of the slide. So I've been examining the flowers on my lupins now and seeing, how the bottom ones do turn purple. The color change is the plant's response after it has been pollinated and is no longer receptive. Bumblebees, who are the lupin's principal pollinators, use the colors to guide them to the fresh flowers with the biggest rewards. This arrangement benefits both the plant and the pollinator, maximizing pollination efficiency. Lupins belong in the pea family. This diagram shows a dissected view of a pea flower. Two fused upper petals are sometimes referred to as the standard or the banner. A pair of lower petals are called wings. They form a space that encloses a structure called the keel. The reproductive structures, both male and female parts, are hidden within the keel. The wings come together loosely on the top to form a flat, horizontal surface on which the bee may land. The lupin flowers are mostly pollinated by heavy-bodied bees, such as the bumblebees. Here's a happy yellow-faced bumblebee carrying a large load of lupin pollen in the pollen baskets on its hind legs. The orange pollen appears very bright as it has been mixed with nectar to form a wet lump. These borrowed images show a side view of the lupin flower. The lower picture shows a tripped flower that has a wing petal removed so we can see the keel inside. Note that the reproductive organs, the stigma and stamens, have popped up from the keel after a heavy bee has landed on the flower. So here, a yellow-faced bumblebee has landed on the flat surface formed by the wing petals of the lupin flower. The bee pushes its head against the banner to access the nectar at the back of the flower, while pushing down on the wing petals with her feet, parting them. This pops the keel, allowing the reproductive structures to hit the bee's belly. The stamens forcefully dab the bee with pollen, while the stigma picks up whatever pollen is already on her belly. The flower is pollinated, and the bee gets its reward of nectar and pollen. It's a win-win. This shows why lupin flowers require heavy-bodied bees for pollination. This lupin flower has been visited by a large bumblebee. Let's see, yep, this one. This lupin flower has been visited by a large bumblebee whose vigorous action has pushed aside the wing petals, exposing the sharp-tipped keel and the reproductive structures held within. So here you can see pollination in action. This is a yellow-faced bumblebee foraging on silverleaf lupin flowers. As the bee lands on the horizontal shelf created by the paired wing petals, its weight depresses the petals. The keel underneath and the enclosed reproductive structures are exposed momentarily, dabbing the bee's underside with pollen. The process is enhanced by the bee's efforts to reach the nectar at the back of the flower with its tongues. Yay, pollination and nectar for the bee, and pollination for the flowers. At Skylines Gardens, another species of bumblebee, the black-tailed bumblebee, also pollinates the lupin. Like the bumblebees, these digger bees are heavy-bodied, and they are also capable of pollinating the lupin. This ability is not shared by the smaller bees, such as the honeybees and anything smaller. Here, a female California mountain digger bee is excavating a nest adjacent to the lupin patch, moving clods of soil with her legs. She is easily recognizable by the white hairs on her hind legs. As the common name implies, these bees nest in the ground. They are one of the earliest bees to appear in early spring, in perfect synchrony with the lupin's bloom period. Yikes, this lupin stem is studded with aphids. The aphids are so densely packed that they completely cover the stem, all with their heads down, sucking on plant sap. The aphids match the color of the lupin stem almost perfectly. The lupin aphid spends its entire life cycle on lupins. It lives mainly on the leaves, stems, and flower spikes. The aphids sequester the toxic alkaloids of their host plant for their own defense. Further up the stem, many more aphids can be seen. These aphids are rather large, and they are dusted with a powdery white wax. This wax is thought to limit their contact with the sticky, sugary honeydew that aphids excrete, and possibly provide them protection against fungi, parasitoids, predators, dehydration, or frost. Among the flower buds, a mature aphid is giving birth to a baby. Many species of aphids are capable of cloning themselves and giving birth to live young without having to mate. This mode of reproduction can result in explosive population growth. This is why aphids can colonize a plant overnight. Lupin aphids cycle between asexual and sexual phases. In spring, the aphids reproduce asexually, producing all female progeny from cloning. In the fall, sexual forms with winged males developed to diversify the gene pool. A commotion lower down on a lupin stem alerts me to the presence of this minute parasitoid wasp. The aphids are going wild, wiggling their butts in the air. Aphids emit an alarm pheromone and wag their behinds in synchronous waves in response to a perceived danger. By this collective defense behavior, colony members warn each other of the approach of a predator or a parasitoid wasp looking to inject eggs into the aphids. Common predators include syrphid flies, lady beetles, soldier beetles, lacewings, aphid midges, and spiders. Thus warned, aphids sometimes stop feeding and drop off the plant. This aphidious wasp is an aphid's worst nightmare. The mummy maker parasitoid wasp is necessarily small, about the width of a nickel. After all, it grew up inside of an aphid. And here's the story. The female wasp hunts down aphids and injects a single egg into each victim. The wasp larva develops inside the host aphid, eating it from the inside out. Pupation occurs in the aphid, and the adult wasp emerges from the host by cutting a big round hole in the back of the aphid. Here, the female wasp descends into the deep recess of the blossom with a singular purpose: to lay her eggs. She curls her abdomen between her legs to inject an egg into the plump aphid. Do you see this straw-colored aphid? It's an aphid mummy. Note its altered color and shape. It may still be alive, but if so, its days are numbered. The parasitoid wasp inside has yet to emerge from this aphid. These parasitoid wasps are commonly used as biological agents for the control of aphids in gardens and in agriculture. In another area, a female syrphid, also known as a hoverfly, is laying eggs on the tender flower buds of a silverleaf lupin. We are looking at her head, front on. As she lifts off and shows her back, I can identify her as a white-bowed smoothwing hoverfly. Although these hoverflies do not pollinate the lupin flowers, they are effective pollinators for other plants in the garden. Do you see the white syrphid egg at the base of the lupin flower bud? It looks like a tiny grain of rice. When I took the picture of the aphid, I didn't even see this syrphid egg. Surrounded by a glut of food on a spike of lupin flower buds, a small syrphid or hoverfly larva has chosen a very small prey, a baby lupin aphid. Syrphid females like to lay their eggs among aphid colonies to ensure that the young that hatches out will have plenty of aphids to eat. A large syrphid fly larva seems to be taking a midday siesta on the tip of a lupin leaf. This syrphid fly larva is feeding on a tiny lupin aphid. Not surprisingly, I often find California lady beetles on the silverleaf lupins. They are predators of aphids, but it is rather unusual to see them in such a dense aggregation. What is going on here? I don't see any aphids here. Maybe they've all been eaten. Like the adults, the larvae of lady beetles are voracious predators of aphids. Here, a lady beetle larva is feeding in the recesses of the flower buds while pooping at the same time. The aphids are not the only insect herbivores feeding on the silverleaf lupin. I often find this unusual leaf arrangement on the lupin. One of the leaflets has been turned over atop 2 or 3 leaves that have been drawn together with silk. What's more, the leaflets are somewhat damaged and discolored near the tips. This appears to be the retreat of a leaf tire caterpillar, most likely a small moth. Now that I know what to look for, I can easily find more of these caterpillar retreats on various young lupins. The pale discoloration of the leaflets, probably from feeding damage, is a dead giveaway. Each retreat is built with 4 or 5 leaflets. Always, a leaflet is turned over across another leaf to form a roof. The caterpillar can safely feed in the space within, sheltered from predators and parasites. The caterpillar is a born pro with an innate ability to construct these retreats. I gently pull apart the leaves that were tied with silk and find a little caterpillar resting on the bottom leaf. Exposed, it moves quickly and repels to the ground on a strand of silk. Calscape lists 7 small moths that are hosted by the silverleaf lupin. I wonder which species this is. The architecture of the retreats is amazingly consistent, implying that the insect is probably specific to the lupin. The adult moths are probably a good food source for the local lizards and birds. Do you see the jumping spider on the silvery beige flower buds of lupin? It is amazingly well camouflaged. Jumping spiders are free-ranging hunters that do not construct webs. They stalk their prey, then pounce on them at close range. Stopping to watch a bumblebee forage among the lupin, my eyes catch a flash of red on top of a blossom. It is the abdomen of a female red-backed jumping spider. This is one of the largest of our jumping spiders. The males have an all-red abdomen. The spider turns around to face me, an endearing behavior typical of these bold and intelligent hunters. Jumping spiders are known for their superb eyesight and leaping abilities. If it hadn't moved, I would not have spotted this slender spider plastered against a stem of silverleaf lupin. Its 2 front pairs of legs are held neatly in front of it, hardly breaking the on-line of the stem. This is the first time I encounter a slender crab or running crab spider. These spiders do not build webs. Instead, they actively hunt their prey. But they do use silk for drag lines and egg sacs. They are somewhat hairy spiders with an elongate striped body, and they are often found on grasses, leaves, stems, and stalks, where they wait to ambush prey. Their elongate body is well suited to flattening and camouflaging against such vegetation. Female crab spiders are good mothers, guarding their egg cases dutifully until the spiderlings emerge. Irregular lumps can be seen on some of the lupin leaves that are also folded along the midrib. These tumor-like growths are galls induced by the leaf fold gall midge. Females lay their eggs on unopened leaflets in growing buds. Newly hatched larvae crawl between the closed halves of the leaflets and begin feeding, stimulating formation of the swollen galls. The midge larvae complete development inside the gall and remain there through pupation. The midge produces several generations per year. Oftentimes, all the leaflets on the same leaf are galled. I'm blown away by how much life the silverleaf lupin supports. When fully developed, the fleshy leaf fold galls can appear somewhat like tiny pea pods on the lupin. Though common and numerous, the galls don't seem to cause much harm to the plant. Why should we care about these tiny insects? Although tiny, the gall midges actually play an outsized role in the ecosystem. Like aphids, these tiny herbivores occupy the base of the food web, feeding carnivores further up the network. A tiny predator is patrolling the galled leaves of silverleaf lupin. I see it is a soft-winged flower beetle. These soft-bodied beetles are about the size of a pea or smaller. Most adults and larvae are predaceous, but many are common on flowers. Here's another, even smaller predator, a predatory mite. It is feeding on what looks like another mite. The predatory mites feed on plant-feeding mites, as well as thrips and other small insects. They are faster moving and slightly larger than their prey. Predatory mites are widely used to control pest mites, and they are commercially available. Wow, someone has chewed through the wing petals and the keel of this silverleaf lupin flower. It's a clean, precision job. Is the culprit after the pollen? This flower was cut through before it even opened. The insect has cut through all the layers of the corolla, exposing the immature stamens. Did it enter the flower to get to the nectar? I look around for clues. There are several ants crawling on the flowers of this plant. Yes, ants certainly have the jaws to cut through the petals. Even the well-hidden treasures of the lupin flower are not safe from the ants. Here's a likely scenario. Not able to access the reproductive parts of the flower, like the bumblebees do, the ants simply resort to thievery. Oh, a pair of weevils is mating behind the banner petals of a lupin flower. How sweet. Could these beetles be responsible for chewing through the lupin flower? Backlit by the sun, the individual peas are visible through the pods of lupin. Somebody has been robbing seeds from the silverleaf lupin by chewing through the green pod walls. This slide shows an aging blossom with petals fading into an inky blue. The petals have shriveled, revealing the developing seed pods within. This silverleaf lupin has already started to disperse its seeds. Pea pods often use mechanical dispersal. When the seeds are ready, the pod dries up. The interior surface of the pod wall dries faster than the exterior surface. This makes the pod twist inward, suddenly splitting open violently, rolling into a little spiral. When this roll happens, the seeds are flung from the pod in all directions. It is fascinating following the silverleaf lupin through the seasons. The plant supports a whole ecosystem unto itself. Herbivores, carnivores, predators, parasitoids abound. While some of the insects may appear to harm the plant, the lupin always recovers in the end. The insect diversity ensures that. The mix of characters keep each other's numbers down so that nobody comes to dominate and wreak havoc on the ecosystem. It's like a jigsaw puzzle where every piece contributes to the whole picture. The skyliners never lift a finger to control the insects. yet the lupin thrives year after year. It behooves us to keep this holistic picture in mind and to work to encourage and preserve the insect diversity in our gardens. Okay, we are running a little bit behind, so we are going to hustle now and we're going to go on. Well, let me say first to Mei Chen, thank you, you astonishing person, Mei Chen, for taking those photos and writing those charming captions and putting that presentation together. If you want to see any of May's other work, you can go to the Tours YouTube channel, and she's got a great presentation on called Life and Death on Milkweed. It's about aphids on milkweed, and it's another great story. We'll be going now to Al Kite's beautiful garden in Moraga and looking at that garden in March and April. And let me just go right ahead, Jessica, and ask if you could run this video for us.
Well, good day to you, and welcome to our garden here in Moraga. My name is Al Kite, and we're doing a series of short videos on dimensions of beauty in the California native plant garden. Today's topic is the beauty of new life. And I think that's an appropriate title because today we're talking about March and April, which are the months where I see more day-by-day change in the garden than any other time. And for example, there's new shoots coming out, there's new leaves, new buds, new blooms, new animals emerging. There's just new life everywhere. And I think it's my favorite months of the year in the garden. And I think one of the most obvious changes is there's a big jump in the amount of color we have in the garden. Obviously that's due to the fact that many plants start blooming this time of year, but it's particularly due to the fact that at least 3 plants that I'm particularly interested in start blooming. And they give me what I've titled, I've used the term splashy long bloomers to describe this category. What's a long bloomer? Well, to me it's a plant that is going to hold its bloom for at least 2 months. Splashy, that means I should see splashes of color. Like with this sulfur buckwheat, I see more bloom color than I do leaf color. And so if I were an artist sitting down, I could take a paintbrush and I could splash strokes of yellow, orange, white, and purple and have a very gala painting. And so I'd like plants that give me a lot of color. And the 3 that come to mind that start in March and April, starts with the poppies in March, giving me a nice orange color everywhere, and then the sulfur buckwheat kick in, and the white monkey flower, Mimulus bifidus. And those 3 combined with the verbena that's already blooming gives me a great foundation in color for the next few months. 4 of those plants. And of course there are others that come along. Here in the back we have an open woodland. And so the plants are spaced enough so that I can have this color pretty much throughout the plant community. In the front, we have a chaparral, so we're talking more about a border. And sometimes I leave some shrubs vacant in certain areas, and so there's areas for these plant colors to move into. Let's go look at that chaparral. Out here in front, we see a border. There's some of the same plants and the same colors that we saw in the open woodland. But there's some additional plants as well that I want to talk about out here. And they serve one of 2 purposes. Some of them are a backup to the colors that we already have. For example, one of my long bloomers may not be a long bloomer that year. It might be a bad year for it. To have another plant of the same color there is ideal. And some of the other plants provide their own unique interpretation of color, a little maybe between the colors that we have. They enrich what we have. So let's start with one of those plants, and it's this yellow-orange plant that you see that's nothing more or less than our local monkey flower. And this particular mimulus is this yellow-orange color that just enriches those colors around it. Now, if I wanted to have a low backup for yellow, in case the sulfur buckwheat is not doing well, I already have one in the year-round Sundancer daisy. If we want yellow in a taller plant, we already have that as well in an island bush poppy. But I've added another large plant, a bush that's a yellow bloomer, and that's the yellow bush lupin, because it brings that nice, beautiful leaf shape and bloom shape of the lupin. Now, how about the verbena, the bluish purple plant that we rely on so much? Well, we have another backup here in the woolly blue curls. And this is a plant that I love. It also blooms, even though it starts a little later than some, it does bloom for a couple of months. And it's a great plant for pollination for the bees as well as the hummingbirds. And it's got a little different look to the shrub. It's more as the upright blooms that are just unique unto themselves. And it's one of my favorite shrubs. For a low blue backup, I almost have to wait till next month when the foothill penstemon comes into bloom. But a couple have started to bloom early, so here's one of those. Now, there's two other blue or purple plants that I think of in March and April. And in March, of course, the obvious plant that I look forward to is the California lilac, the Ceanothus. You have them in several species with blooms everything from white to dark blue. But I think my favorite bloom is the medium blue of the Ray Hartman. And that plant also is fast growing and gives me a full bush that in the month of March, the whole bush looks like it's blue. It's just wonderful. And the other plant that I enjoy so much, it comes in April, and the native iris. And I have two species of that. I have the Douglas iris and the Del Norte iris, which is the thinner leafed iris of the very northern part of California. My favorite color in iris is kind of a soft purple. Like the monkey flower, it brings its own shading of color to enrich what's around it. And so the two irises are among my favorites that time of year. Now, how about a backup plant for the poppies? Sometimes the poppies in a certain area may not last the full 2 months. So I do have a good backup, just about the exact color of our poppies, and that's the orange monkey flower. I associate the name Mimulus terracotta with the particular color that I see in the nurseries. Now for a white, low-blooming plant, in case the white monkey flower is not doing well, the white poppy provides a great backup for that. And Annie's Annuals, it's been sold for years under the name Alba. And it can, a healthy plant of that can have a couple of hundred blooms, so it can have a lot of color as well. There's two white blooming plants, the blooms I really enjoy. And one is the Western serviceberry. It only blooms for about a week or so, but it's a plant that has beautiful bloom, delicious berries, and I just love seeing it when I'm in the Sierra. And that's a plant that makes great pies up in Western Canada. They call it the Saskatoon berry. The other bush white bloom that I love so much is the snowdrop bush, Styrax officinalis. And the blooms are like little bells, and when the wind starts blowing, I almost expect to hear them ringing. Ours is almost a tree form, which kind of reminds me that Doug Tallamy says don't overlook the trees for their benefits to butterflies and moths. And I find the same thing is true with bee pollination. A couple of years ago, I was walking in my backyard, and I heard what sounded like a hive of bees overhead. And I looked up, and it was not a hive, but it was a group of bees on almost every bloom, it seemed like, of our mountain mahogany, a white bloom up higher in the tree. The other white blooming tree that I enjoy so much is our madrone. Not only does it have the bark color of the manzanita, but also the bloom shape of the manzanita, which shouldn't be surprising because they're both in the same plant family. The color that I've had the most difficulty with in terms of producing splashy color in the spring is red. And my best plant for that is the red poppies. Sometimes it's been called red chief, red glow. There's different names to it, but a red poppy can provide this beautiful reddish orange color. And it just gives a lot of spark to the garden. My backup plant for that is a firecracker penstemon, or Eaton's penstemon. And that plant, I just love the looks of it because off of a single spike, you've got a series of parallel blooms coming down. It reminds me of so many of the mountain plants I enjoy so much. I've been trying to make bigger patches of Eaton's penstemon. The other plant that I've had to supply red early in the year is my red monkey flower that I've seen growing natural in Southern California, Memulus puniceus. There's two other red blooming plants that I think of when I think of March and April. One is the redbud tree. It can either be a large bush. I usually train mine to be small trees. Once again, like the monkey flower and the iris, it brings its own interpretation of color, kind of a different shade of red than we typically see. And it's just delightful because the whole plant looks red at that point. The other plant, the red blooming plant that I really look forward to in April, is my favorite currant, the blood currant, Ribes sanguineum. And I try to get it, when I buy it, I try to get it as red as I can. But there's one other red plant I want to talk about. It's not splashy like these others. It's very subtle and inconspicuous, but delightful nonetheless. And that's the red version of the coral bells. It's called a canyon bell. Anyway, these are the plants, some of the plant blooms that I enjoy in March and April. Okay, new life in the garden this time of year isn't just about the plants. It's also about the animals. I think the animal that I most enjoy looking forward to this time of year is the pipevine swallow-tailed butterfly. Last year I was talking in one of these tours about the fact that they've become resident in our garden now. They don't just come and lay eggs, they come and nectar and do their mating squirrels and just hang out, egg laying, whatever. But I was saying last year how I've never seen them do a chrysalis. Well, 2 weeks after I said that, all of a sudden I spotted about a dozen caterpillars walking up various walls of our house and building chrysalis in plain sight. So they built those in May, and this March they started to emerge from those chrysalis. It takes about a half an hour for them to get their, flutter around a bit and get their wings strong enough to be able to fly. And it's beautiful seeing them get back into their activity. The three of my favorite bees, native bees, are here this time of year. The big digger bees are still around. They started with the manzanitas and they're still on some of the bigger blooms. The osmia bee, the little kind of black with blue or green tinges, is on the foothill penstemon and the phacelia. And some of the sweat bees are on the poppies. And there's other bees as well. And of course, it's not just insects in the air. The ground is alive with western fence lizards. I brought in 3. I snared 3 years ago because there was none here, and now there's probably 30 of them running around the yard. And once in a while, I even see the alligator lizard, which is probably a little less common. So, and of course, the birds. The birds have been very active in our yard, and some of them have migrated out now. The last week of April, the white-crowned sparrows and golden-crowned sparrows leave. So it's a time in which there's a lot of life everywhere you look in the garden. It's an exciting time, and I hope I've said something to excite you for your own gardening. Thank you very much for being here.
Well, that was such a beautiful video, and I have to thank Al for joining us today. Welcome, Al. I'm sorry I rushed past you earlier. Also, I wanted to thank the California Bluebird Recovery Program for making this video as well as 5 other videos on Al Kite's beautiful garden. And you can see all those videos from the Tours YouTube channel, or you can go to Al's garden page and you can get links to all those videos. So Al, we saw a number of compliments about your garden, how beautiful it was. And I know that you designed this garden yourself, and I wonder if you could give advice if you're talking to somebody who's got a traditional garden with non-native plants. Like, how would you suggest that they begin moving ahead to change their garden?
Can you hear me?
Now I can hear you. Yes.
Okay, good. It's kind of interesting. It's kind of an artistic composition thing to me, and I don't know that I have. I guess when I put in things, I started with drainage because I like to contour the landscape, because I think the more you can elevate things around your pathways, it just adds drama to your garden, adds excitement. And so I would start with the mounds and then look at the drainage pattern and adjust the mounds to that, and bring in soil and don't overlook that step, and then go from there. And it's kind of with the chaparral, for example, you're starting with shrubs, and they're very small at the first, but if you put wildflowers in with them, then you get kind of a native thing, like a natural concept, like right after a fire, usually the wildflowers are the first plant community, and then the shrubs grow through, and then the sun-loving pines. And that's kind of where my chaparral is, with the knob cones growing through the manzanitas.
So if you'd like to learn more about the idea of drainage and contours and kind of thinking about the basics of your garden, you can look on the Garden Tours YouTube channel and one of Al's videos. Do you remember which month it is, Al, where you spent a lot of time talking about that?
Yeah, I think it was the first one we did in September, October. I'm talking about rocks, and it could be November too, November, December.
Yeah, we'll take a look. That's a series of 6 videos on kind of like planning and thinking about your garden over the course of the year. So,
yeah.
Go ahead. No, you.
I'm not on the tour this year, obviously, but if somebody wants to, go through, I'll give them a private tour. They can, you can give them my number, and it'd be nice if they donated something to your tour as they do that.
That'd be very sweet.
It's kind of fun to see so many new resources and so much more knowledge. I mean, I think of 15 years ago when I first started, and we didn't know nearly as much as the average gardener on your tour now. It's just, in the resources you bring, it's just wonderful.
Thank you. Al's garden was on the tour. Was it 17 years, Al? I think so. Wasn't it?
I think it's something like that. I don't know. It's every year's been fun.
It was a lot. And Al has an astonishing garden, just a beautiful garden, mature manzanitas and mature trees, and so thoughtfully and carefully designed, which is really unusual, because you'll be surprised to hear, but Al is not a professional garden designer. He's actually a professional fly fisherman and teacher and author. So he did a lovely job with the garden. Al, could you talk for a minute about the birds and bird life in your garden, and then we'll probably have to wrap up.
Sure. I guess I've seen over 90 species, and I'm right now I'm not getting. I mean, originally in the chaparral, I wanted to bring thrashers in, and this year I had a thrasher for the second time, but there's not enough habitat of chaparral for them to stay. But they've been interested enough to stay a couple of days on several occasions, and putting in the stream that brought in tanagers, which I wasn't getting, and I think one of the gray warblers, I forget what the name of it was, but there's been some unusual plants that birds that come through, but I get just mostly the basic birds that being between the coast and the inland. I get both nuthatches, and I get chickadees, and I get nuthatches. I mean, I get the titmouse. So I get a good variety, hermit thrush, everything. It's been good.
You do get a good variety in your beautiful, beautiful garden. Well, because we're running a little bit behind, I'm going to say thank you so much for joining us, and thank you for making these videos and being such a great tour participant for so long. I miss you this year.
Yeah, well, I miss it too, but it's been fun, and thank you so much.
All right, I'm going to go now and close off the tour. So I want to say, if you have not yet had a chance to support the tour, I hope that you'll do so now if you've enjoyed it. We really depend upon donations from people like you to allow us to keep producing this program. The in-person tour, Saturday and Sunday, May 6 and 7, 55 gardens are open for you to enjoy. If you are interested in purchasing some books from Orinda Books, they have 8 books that if you buy from them, they will donate a percentage of your purchase to the tour. If you forget which book you want, you can just call them up at 925-254-7606 and ask them what those books are. There are 4 of them by Doug Tallamy. There are 4 more on gardening with California native plants. I'd like to thank our major sponsors again, the Alameda County Flood Control and Water Conservation District, the Clean Water Program, Alameda County, the Contra Costa Clean Water Program, the Contra Costa Water District, and also to our other funders that help us keep the tour going. And people who are on the chat, you should be able to download it if you want to. I'd like to thank all of our speakers who participated this weekend. I know it's a lot of work to make a presentation come together. I'd like to thank you for joining us today and yesterday, and look forward to seeing you on May 6 and 7. And I really hope to have all of your gardens on the tour one day. Thank you very much. Bye-bye.